of India Today Conclave pop-up will focus on a different theme. And today, this India Today Conclave pop-up, Election Special, aims to bring together experts to discuss and debate the ongoing elections, or what we call the world's biggest election. I'd like to start off by thanking our sponsors, the India Today Conclave Pop-Up Election Special, presented by Galgotias University and powered by Radico Khaitan. Now, to kickstart the day's proceedings, we have a very special session, which we're calling Hat Trick or Hit Wicket, who'll win the Indian Political League. And for this session, I'd like to invite none other than Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor at India Today. Can we have a huge round of applause as he will welcome our next guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful to have you all here in Mumbai. May I call on the stage my two first guests, Praveen Chakrabarti, President of the All India Professionals Congress and someone who's headed the data analytics team of the Congress, and GVL Narasimha Rao, former Rajya Sabha MP of the Bharatiya Janata Party and someone who's been crunching numbers for a long time. Please welcome both of them, GVL Narasimha Rao and Praveen Chakrabarti. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this India Today pop-up election special. We're in the knockout stage of the IPL, and I'm not referring to the Indian Premier League, but the Indian Political League. And the Indian Political League perhaps promises more twists and turns than any T20 match can offer you. I have with me two politicians who are also number crunchers and therefore have particular value in this final stretch of the elections. Please welcome Praveen Chakrabarti, the President of the All India Professionals Congress and head of their data analytics team, and GVL Narasimha Rao, cephalogist in a previous avatar, now a former BJP MP and spokesperson. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Hit out or hit wicket, since we are in cricket season. That's how we've titled this particular session. And I'm going to start with you, Praveen, because I know you're a cricket fan. Am I right to say that the opposition has gone into this election a bit like playing India in a World Cup knockout? So even if you might have the odd Bangladesh player score a few runs, most people believe that almost inevitably India is going to win. In this case, when I refer to India, I mean the BJP, and when I say Bangladesh, it's the Congress and the India Alliance.
First, India is the India Alliance, actually, but be that as it may. Actually, it is like the Royal Challengers Bangalore, isn't it? That lost almost all the first few games, 6 or 7 games, and then they've been back on the run, and they have an important game today. So talking about cricket and IPL. Rajdeep, really, I think to be very fair and objective, I think all these predictions about numbers and numbers of seats and all of these things are really just pie in the sky kind of discussions. I will tell you what is for real. What are the facts? The facts are the only number about this election when it comes to seats and seat prediction that was talked about was in March, when the Prime Minister of India and the Home Minister of India set 400 par. That was the only number that they put out. Between March 8th and May 9th, Prime Minister Modi made 81 election speeches. He set 400 par on average 3 to 6 times in every speech from March 8th till April 15th. Suddenly that vanished. The 400 par number mentioned vanished from his speeches. So one has to ask, what happened? Instead of 400 par, it became Hindu-Muslim. Talking about cricket, he went on to say that the Indian cricket team could soon be full of Muslims. If there are talented Muslims, it should be full of them. But be that as it may, the real momentum or the meltdown that the Prime Minister has had is the only real indicator of how the election is going. I saw a headline recently which said, in India now, there is no Modi wave, the only wave is a heat wave. And it is very clear that today's Financial Times, in fact, has a column that says, is Modi, brand Modi, losing its luster? So this is the only pattern that we are seeing as elections have progressed after 5 phases. One thing I can say for sure, there will be significant gains for the Congress party and the opposition alliance.
The Sleep Company brings you pure, innovative science in every mattress. This is India's only patented smart grid technology. It adapts and quietly readjusts to the shape of your body, providing softness to relax your pressure points and firmness to support your
back in the narrative. For whatever reason, in the last week, the Prime Minister is once again talking about it. But do you concede, to push you further, that you still have a mountain to climb? That there are still as many as 224 seats, which in 2019, the BJP got more than 50% vote share. Out of the 303 they won, in 224, they had a vote share of more than 50%. So what you need is someone to come in these slogovers and hit almost every ball for a 6. And that isn't easy given where the BJP is in 2019. That's your big challenge. How do you swing such a substantial amount of voters?
No, see, mathematically, if your point is that there is a big gap starting with 2019 between where the Congress is and where the BJP is, yes, it's 52 and 303. So the gap is there. It is for everybody to see.
It's huge.
It is there for everybody to see. But let's not forget, when these things swing, I think we make the mistake of going into all these analyses of 50% vote share and not less than 50% vote share and close election. None of these things matter when there is anger. We saw that repeatedly. We saw that in 2004. We saw that in 2014, I will admit. That 2009, between 2009 and 2014, the swing was massive for the BJP. Between 99 and 2004, the swing was massive for the Congress and the opposition. So when it swings, it really swings. It's like the Australian pitches.
Okay, when it swings, it really swings. Praveen Chakravarti getting into the swing of things, because GVL Narasimha Rao, while the Congress has this huge task of overcoming this wide gap, you actually also have a tough task of actually retaining your strongholds. In an arc all the way from Goa to Bihar, you won 90% of the seats. You, in a sense, maxed out. You won 254 out of 283 seats in a particular belt across North and West India. I'm not including Jharkhand and Himachal in this. But in these seats, in these states, you maxed out. You won 25 out of 25 in a Rajasthan. You won 28 out of 29 in a Madhya Pradesh, 10 out of 10 in Haryana, 7 out of 7 in Delhi. All of that makes it very, very difficult. 41 out of 48 in Maharashtra. Do you concede that's your challenge? How do you retain?
This sounds very familiar, because this is exactly the comments I heard in 2019, in the run-up to the 2019 elections also. The same arguments were put forth even then. We had maxed out, we were supposed to have maxed out in every state, and therefore 2019 was an election that was for the BJP to lose. But we failed all those naysayers. Every time, you see 2014, what was the narrative? Oh, BJP can never cross 200 mark. 182 was the max they reached when Atalji was at, his popularity was at its peak. So 200 itself was a tough ask for the BJP. We won 282. The next time, the same arguments were put forth. UP, Delhi, Haryana, the same states, Gujarat, Rajasthan. Where else will you win from? We again failed that kind of prediction. We won 303. And this time we set out a target of 370. We are confident of reaching there, whether crossing it or reaching closer to it. We are like a team that is working hard. not expecting somebody else to fail and therefore you will get a pass marks like the Congress party.
So you're still talking of 400 par. You're not giving up on 400 par, is it?
Absolutely. No question of giving up. But when to hype it, when not to hype it is a political strategy. We don't have to talk about it every day in a political rally. We also want to excite our cadres. I think if you keep saying this, the BJP may have a tough task ahead. It'll only help us improve our tally because more supporters will come out and more Congress voters will go back and sit at home.
Okay, so you're saying every time I say that you're going to...
Yes, it helps us.
Okay, it helps you, but tell me, I want specifics. You see, it's all very well to say 370, 400. You're contesting about 440 odd seats. How are you going to actually, where are you making your gains? You see, you've maxed out in certain states, as I said. Where are you making all these major gains? Was this all 370, 400, to use a word you used just now, hype? This was a hype to intimidate Praveen Chakravarti and the Congress. You were like the old West Indian cricket team, decided that before the match started, we've already won the match, let's finish and intimidate them.
No, we are very realistic. Just because we make some claim, somebody else chickens out, that's not how it works in politics. And nobody is a babe in politics. The point that I'm making is there are states where we will still make gains. We will retain.
Please tell
Uttar
me.
Pradesh. You think Uttar Pradesh, we can't improve on our present strength. But we certainly think we can win up to additional 15 seats in Uttar Pradesh.
That you're saying you'll win 77 out of 80.
Very much possible.
Okay, one. Then where else?
Then entire coastal region, starting from West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. Tell me in which of these states I'm not going to make gains? We will gain substantially in all these states. So every election, there are some surprise gains, surprises for the opposition and for the observers, not for us, because every election, preparations for elections 2024 began more than 3 years ago. We have identified 140 seats which were difficult for the BJP to win, and we worked out strategies for the last 3 years. All of us, MPs, MLAs, Karyakartas, we've slogged for 3 years. And you think Congress party can come back in the last 3 years and based on some political discussions can win the elections? That's not going to happen.
Interesting. You did identify 140, almost 160 constituencies where you finished second or third, and you decided to focus on them, which is an interesting strategy. Because Praveen Chakravarti, you started off by saying this 400 par hype. Actually, many believe the real question is not whether BJP will cross 400 par. That may not happen. But will Congress cross 100 par? Will you at least score a century? You cannot bring the BJP down and prevent Narendra Modi ji from having a hat-trick unless you reach a century. And I want to know, a party which won 44 seats in 2014, 53 in 2019, how are you making 53 into 100? Where are your gains coming from?
See, like I said, I am not going to get into the numbers game and trying to predict seats, because I think that is just being foolish in some sense, because nobody can predict seats.
But where are you making gains?
I will tell you where we are making gains. If you just take the southern states of Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, and then you add Maharashtra to it, we will already have crossed our 2019 tally. We have just in the bottom half of the country, we would have crossed our 2019 tally. And then we go up. We have significant gains to make in the Hindi states, and we have gains to make in Haryana, Delhi. Please remember one thing. The Congress party by itself is contesting 300 odd seats.
328.
In 2019, we contested 419 seats. This is the lowest ever in the Congress party's history. What does that mean? That means there are strategic alliances at play. There are strategic alliances on the ground that are working, be it with Aam Aadmi Party, be it with the Communists, be it with NCP, be it with Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. And these alliances are what will surprise all of you, and including my friend GVL Narasimha Rao.
You know, there is one statistic, Praveen, that I like to throw at Congress persons in particular. of the 178 seats that the BJP and Congress were in direct contest in 2019, when I say direct contest, between the two, you won 80% of the votes. You won just 12 of them. Please keep this in mind. 178 seats, you won just 12. Average margin was more than 15%. In 2014, of the 143 seats in direct contest, the BJP won 130, you won just 13. You see, you seem to be the Kamzor Kadi. You're talking about alliances. Unless you are able to beat the BJP in direct matchups, to use another IPL term, how are you going to actually even reach 100 or take on the BJP? That's the weakness of your party at the moment.
We are in Mumbai, the financial capital and the stock market capital. You know, in stock markets investing, there's a saying, and in mutual funds, there's a disclaimer. Past performance is not an indicator of future returns. Okay. So we cannot keep going back on this is what happened in 2019. Then I can go back 1984. This is what happened into the BJP.
No, I'm going for
1999. This is what happened to the BJP.
You're being a little unfair. I'm going to the last two elections, 2019 and 14.
I get that, Rajdeep. I think we also had a 2004 where everybody thought this was going in a certain manner. That's why I'm saying let's have some humility here. Let's understand that when this swings, when there is anger on the ground, when people are saying, why is the Prime Minister only talking about Hindu-Muslim? He was our Prime Minister for 10 years. Does he have nothing else to talk about? And now to boot, because again, we are in Mumbai, suddenly, I don't know what the situation is with the top two business groups and the Prime Minister. He mentions them suddenly for the first time in 10 years. What is going on? What are these indications? So when the ground sentiment shifts, it can shift pretty drastically. Let us acknowledge that.
I want to throw one more data point before I go to GVL, because the BJP vote between 2009 to 2019 in a decade grew from 7 crores in 2009 to around 22 crores in 2019. The Congress vote has remained static at 11 crores. So you're not getting new voters. How do I come back to it. How do you take on this mighty BJP machine unless you get new voters or you're able to close the gap in these direct matchups?
See, I think it is a no-brainer that the BJP has grown significantly in the last 10 years. I think that's for everybody, including me, to acknowledge, accept and admit, and perhaps even congratulate. But the point is, now I don't want to get into how fair our elections are and those types of things, because that's another issue that I hope we will get into. If you're really, since you're using sports analogies, is this really a fair match? I think that's the next thing that we need to talk about. But I completely understand that the BJP has grown. But what the swing is what I keep pointing to. The swing. And it could be the swing in terms of youth. It could be the swing in terms of identity groups. It could be the swing in terms of states, voters in states. When they swing, even if 5% of committed BJP voters, not committed meaning over the last 10 years, if they swing, that's a swing of 10%.
Okay, you need a Mitchell Stark basically somewhere in the Congress ranks to really swing the ball in these early overs. But GVL Narasimha Rao, one very interesting statistic again, and we are focusing on data at the moment. 132 of your out of the 303 sitting MPs have been changed by the BJP. Almost 30% of your MPs are MPs who have come, are candidates who've come from other parties to you. You seem to be welcoming one and all. It almost seems you lack confidence in your own MPs. Imagine you've changed 40% of your sitting MPs. Isn't that a clear indication of local anti-incumbency, that your MPs are not good enough, that you have to change 40% of them? If you've done such a remarkable job in 10 years, why do you need to change 40% of your sitting MPs? Or bring in people whom you called corrupt only the other day? We are in the same state where you called certain leaders corrupt and said you would do chakki pissing and send them to jail. And those leaders are happily sharing a platform to you. Ye public hai, ye sab janti hai, GVL.
A significant number of candidates have been, MPs have been, candidates have been changed. But that's a part of the game. Now that you're talking about cricket. So in cricket, do you go with the same team every match? The captain is the real strength of this team is Prime Minister Modi ji. He's the captain of the team. People have trust in him. And he has the he is allowed to choose his own team members.
But
So
do
if
it-
some members of the team have
Yes.
not performed or cannot win this, cannot play well in this particular innings because of certain factors, I think as a smart captain, he will make the changes.
But a
And
good team is seen to be a stable team. You seem to be
No, there is-
effectively admitting, sir, 1 minute. You seem to be effectively admitting that 40% of your team is not good enough.
no, not
And all
40%.
you're putting all your focus on the captain. The other 10 players don't matter. You can change them because
No,
people will vote for your captain.
No, Rajdeep, they have a strategy where a large number of MPs have contested as MLAs, gone to states as chief ministers, as ministers, as speakers. I think that you cannot continue with the same team. That possibly doesn't help. I think you will have to do the necessary changes to infuse dynamism into the party. And it's not that people who have been replaced, they are being jettisoned. They're being involved in some other roles, whether organizational or state assembly or somewhere else. I think that's a smart, you have to appreciate the BJP strategy. And I'm sure this will be your analysis on the fourth evening. How smartly Modi has made these effective changes to win a massive victory for the third time over.
Well, I will concede that in 2019, 90% of your new MPs or the MPs you changed did win the election. So maybe there's a strategy there, though 40% seems a rather excessive number. But I want to come to you, GVL, as someone who's done a lot of psephology and look at something which seems to some observers to be strange, interesting, intriguing, which is turnout. In the first round, in the first 2 rounds, average voter turnout declined by about 3 to 4%, even after the final figures are out. And there was a sense that the BJP got worried, particularly after the first round, that maybe our voters are not coming to the polling booths, which is why, as Praveen Chakrabarti seems to suggest, the Prime Minister changed strategy. Enough of Viksit Bharat, let's go back to Hindu-Muslim. Is that true or not? That somewhere that first round, in a way, spooked the BJP, yes or no?
No, because I think the focus on his speeches even now, throughout his campaign, has been on development, has been on guarantee for development, on how we have delivered in 10 years, how we have become the 5th largest economy in the world, how in 10 years we will become the 3rd largest economy. Take out today's newspapers, the front page ads. We talk about what India will be 5 years from now under Prime Minister Modi. So our focus is entirely on development. But in 5 rallies that Prime Minister speaks in a day, where he speaks for nearly 5 hours, I think he will be covering a wide array of topics. You cannot allow opposition to run away with polarization and not to highlight this factor.
I take your point, but we are in Mumbai. And I saw the ads in the Marathi papers, Gujarati papers, and even some English papers in Mumbai before the election, suggesting that if the Congress or the opposition comes to power, people will be celebrating in Pakistan. And effectively, seemingly suggesting that the opposition is hand in glove with Pakistan. Praveen Chakrabarti mentioned the Prime Minister went to the extent of saying even in the cricket team, there will be reservations for Muslims. Do you believe that's the kind of politics that should be practiced? The Election Commission has today come out very strongly and said these kind of speeches should be avoided.
Honestly, Rajdeep, I think you go onto the streets of Mumbai or go to Karachi and ask people which party. Ask people in Karachi. Go and ask people in Lahore which party they want in India to win. The answer will be Congress Party. I'm making this absolute claim. Let anybody from your reporters go and ask. They will say we want Congress to win in India.
So you're making a very provocative statement.
Not provocative, it's a realistic statement. You have not only leaders of Pakistan asking for Congress to be brought to power or Rahul Gandhi to be made prime minister, but you go and ask average citizen, average person on the streets of Pakistan, they will want Congress to come to power because they've had it. They have never seen such a resurgent India that they see now. And an average Pakistani will not be happy with a resurgent India. I think if there is anybody who thinks otherwise, I'm willing to have a contest.
Praveen Chakrabarti?
I mean, are we talking about the elections in India or are we talking about the elections in Pakistan? To the best of my knowledge, there are no elections in Pakistan. Okay, why is Pakistan even part of the narrative? Why is a BJP person sitting in front of a national television channel and talking about Pakistan when the elections are about the world's largest democracy? That tells you the attitude of that party. Very simple. I will give you one statistic. CSDS survey. I know both you and Rahul Kanwal like surveys. CSDS survey asked a question: should India be a Hindu country? Should there be Hindu-Muslim politics? 77% of Indians say no, we reject it. 82% of Hindus say we reject it. We do not want this divisive politics. Can we stop talking about Pakistan or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or even America? This is about India.
Yes, Jimmy.
There is something that the Congress people say, and there is something that they practice. So far, until the BJP emerged on the horizon, Muslim appeasement was considered to be secularism in this country. Even by an average citizen, educated citizen, felt Muslim appeasement was secularism because they are minorities in this country. Therefore, you should only celebrate Eid. You can have restrictions for Dashera. You can do any kind of discriminatory governance. Tell me one instance in 10 years of Prime Minister Modi's rule where any religion, be it Muslims or others, have been discriminated in any policy of the government. I challenge anyone to come and mention one such discrimination. We have done no such discrimination. In fact, most of the beneficiaries of Prime Minister's programs are minorities. Because they are poor, not because they are Muslims or Christians or Parsis.
All the more
we practice the real secularism.
So all the more then why mention Mangal Sutra, Guspetiya? Why even get into that politics? If you are practicing truly non-discriminatory politics, why inject that politics into an election which was supposed to be about who will build a Viksit Bharat? You or them?
No, but when the opposition indulges in vote bank politics, when their only calling card is polarization, when they are doing it deliberately, when they tie up with parties which are patently communal, when they have IUML as a part of their alliance in the UDF, I think BJP being called communal is a joke. Because they are in company with the communal parties.
Because, the Election Commission, Praveen Chakravarti, has also pointed out that the way the Congress has conducted its campaign, suggesting the Congress has stoked caste divisions, even to the extent of suggesting in the defense forces, according to the Election Commission, the Congress has tried to spark a divide. Rahul Gandhi goes into public meetings and said, "Aap kis jati ke hain?" Ask journalists which caste they belong to. Say how many owners are from the upper caste, how many Dalits, how many tribals. It seems that the Congress too, in its desire to increase its votes, particularly OBC votes, has also been guilty in this election of somewhere stoking caste divisions.
I will answer that. Before that, I do have to respond to this. I was part of the manifesto committee of the Congress party, and I, along with chaired by Mr. P. Chidambaram, we wrote the manifesto. In the 48 pages of the manifesto, there is not a word that is mentioned about Muslims. The Prime Minister of India's first response to the manifesto launch was, "This is a Muslim League document." That was his first response. The manifesto has right to apprenticeship. What is Muslim about it? The manifesto says we will increase Narega wages. What is Muslim about it? The manifesto says we will double GDP in 10 years. What is Muslim about it?
You mentioned minorities or no?
I'm asking you, what is Muslim about right to apprenticeship? What is Muslim about?
No, don't. No, you can't.
The Prime Minister used the word Muslim. Muslim League.
You use the word minorities as a euphemism.
Did the Prime Minister use the word Muslim
as a euphemism?
Did the Prime Minister use the word Muslim?
Please, I think nobody can be fooled.
This is not our usual television debate. I don't think
the
word reservation was expressed in terms of Muslims or minorities. But Praveen Chakravarti, get back to the question I asked.
I will.
The manifesto does speak about, and Rahul Gandhi expands on it further to talk about an X-ray that will be done of society to identify effectively socio-economic disparities. You've endorsed a caste census, and all of this has led people to believe that you will only end up widening, in a way, caste divides in society. Jitni abadi utna haq, which effectively means based on your population, you will get reservation. Or that's one interpretation of what the Congress is saying.
I must point out there are three upper castes talking about caste injustice, but be that as it may, the manifesto was about social justice. when it talked about, please read the manifesto because it talks about social justice. What is social justice? The question that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is asking is, if we know that roughly the OBCs, SCs, STs, tribals put together form 70% of India's population, why is it that people in the upper echelons of society, be it government, be it in other professions, their representation is less than 10%? It's a very valid question. I think it's a question that every society asks. It's a similar question that we ask, rightly, in my view, about women. When they are half the society, why are they underrepresented? It is a legitimate question in the name of justice that every liberal society should ask. There's nothing to be ashamed about it.
But what does he say when he means jitni abadi utna haq?
Okay, so the first thing we must remember is this is not about snatching from somebody and giving it to someone else. We in India, we're not in a zero-sum game. Okay, we don't have to snatch. And I say the same thing about things like taxes, wealth taxes, or inheritance taxes. We completely reject it because we don't have to snatch. We don't have to make somebody poorer to make someone else richer. The same concept applies to social justice. Jitni abadi utna haq only means, and I will tell you what is in the manifesto. In the manifesto, it says when there are government contracts to be given, should that be fair? Should there be a fair representation? I think principally, philosophically, and conceptually, it is no different from how we talk about gender justice. Just as gender justice is correct, talk about social justice is also correct.
You know, I get a sense though, GBL, that during this campaign, there's been a lot of fear mongering. The Congress has Samvidhan khatre mein hai, that if the BJP comes to power, they'll change the constitution. The BJP seems to suggest that if the Congress comes to power, they will take away your wealth. Aapka Mangal Sutra le lenge, aapke bhains le lenge. You know, what have we become? Is this necessary to, is it necessary to have this kind of rhetoric simply to enthuse an electorate which seems fatigued with politics? What's the reason for it?
I think you're only seeing one comment out of several speeches that are made in a day. But certainly such statements only get media attention. But is Sam Petroda not an advisor to Rahul Gandhi? Is he not a senior member of the Congress party's think tank? Has he not, during the election season, during the election campaigning, did he not come up with this proposal? Did he not say, we need to have the same kind of wealth tax, inheritance tax that US has it? So certainly, no, then let the Congress party put it out officially, then we have nothing to do with, on that statement, they said, no, we don't agree with that comment, but they never said Sam Petroda doesn't belong to the leadership of the Congress party, or he doesn't represent the Congress party. One, so therefore you cannot blame us when we pick on those, we certainly think Sam Petroda is the brains behind Rahul Gandhi. A lot of people think that way. So certainly this is the idea that is going to be sort of engineered into the brain of Rahul Gandhi. So certainly it's a danger. Let Rahul Gandhi contradict it, number one. Number two, when you say jiski Congress party, gender justice, social justice, these are all slogans for the Congress party. We have actually delivered on them. Women's reservation, which Congress party with Sonia Gandhi ji as the head of the Congress did not deliver. They were in power for 10 years. If they had the will, they would have got it. They would have got it passed in Parliament. They were never intending to do it. So therefore, this gender justice is a mere slogan. Like Garibi Hatao was a slogan for the Congress party. The real Garibi Hatao happened during Prime Minister Modi's tenure. Then social justice. We made NCBC a constitutional body, National Commission for Backward Classes. Why did you not do it? It was merely a statutory body in the earlier avatar. And if you really want to give more reservations, why don't you do it in states where you're in power? There is a Supreme Court Indira Sani judgment which puts a 50% ceiling. So by merely changing, even by changing constitution, I'm making it clear. Even if you amend the constitution, it can still get struck down by the court. They know it. They know it for sure.
Sir, but you know, it's interesting you're saying this because we are in Maharashtra where you've just given 10% reservation to Marathas. So you also know it's going to get struck down. You see, the problem is All of you are playing
No.
this competitive politics over caste. In your case, you're accused of playing communal vote bank politics. You're accusing them of playing caste reservation politics. I just wonder what happens to the citizen. I've traveled around this country over the last 7 weeks and I've seen that the ordinariness of people's lives has not dramatically changed. Go and see primary health centers in rural India or schools in rural India. Shouldn't that be the debate? How am I going to transform the state of health and education in this country to build a truly Viksit Bharat? I mean, why is there not greater debate on that, Praveen Chakravarti?
Rajiv, I seriously wish we did. We wrote the manifesto. I will tell you, it is about jobs, the primary thing. I mean, there was an idea called the right to apprenticeship in the manifesto. There's no discussion about this. We said we will fill in vacancies. We said we will double share of mining. We went down to that specific detail. I know it because I was there. I was part of the process. Why
didn't you do it in the states where you were in power? Rajasthan had one of the highest unemployment rates when your government was in power in Rajasthan. If you had created a model state, then you could have gone to the people and said, look, the BJP's failed on all these counts. We are coming to you. We've got a model state to offer.
In fact,
the opposition doesn't seem to have offered a model that can counter what Mr. Modi is offering through his Labhartis or beneficiary schemes.
No. I mean, so first, Rajiv, we have to understand some policy nuances here. Okay. State governments, especially after GST, cannot come up with new policies and fund it on their own. It's entirely dependent on the union, on the center.
Industrial policy is not decided
I
by
know
the
that
state
as an
government.
economist. Okay.
Not central government.
Second, you talked about Rajasthan and you talked about health. In the manifesto, we have actually said that we will take our Rajasthan Chiranjeevi health model across the country. It is a flagship program. It is a model program. So in the area where there are funds, yes, we could. Can a state implement a right to apprenticeship? Can a state say, I will double share of mining of GDP? It cannot do it on its own. This is a national issue. This has to be in the union budget.
You know, one of the things I've noticed on the campaign also, which the BJP is tom-tomming about, we've given 5 kg ration to BPL families. And we've given it to 80 crore families for 5 years. Now, is that something to be applauding or is that something to be worried about, that we still have to give 80 crore people 5 kilos ration? Doesn't it suggest that for all the talk that we are removing poverty, the truth of the matter is people at the bottom of the pyramid still continue to suffer? Now, is that going to be seen as an achievement of the government? The UPA could turn around and say they were the ones who gave a right to food and a Food Security Act. Should we not be looking higher? Quality education, quality health.
Rajdeep, what Prime Minister Modi has done in the last 10 years is his report card is his primary reason for his re-election this time. That's how he got re-elected in 2019.
Not because of Balakot, not because of Pulwama?
No,
you don't believe Pulwama and Balakot changed the 2019 election?
They may have given a little more edge, but you don't win on the basis of one incident that happens or one incident. If that was the case, many elections would have been won based on one such tragic accident or an incident. 10 crore people, more than 10 crore women being given free gas cylinders. For you, it might look like a very small benefit, but for those 10 crore families, it's something they waited for decades. Why Congress could not do it? 30% was the sanitation coverage in this country in 2014. Today, it is close to 100%. Today, you have every individual has a bank account. These possibly were considered not so important by the Congress party, which claimed Garibi Hatao. And this Prime Minister's Garib Anna Kalyan Yojana, the free rice, started during the COVID period, when you wanted to provide cushion to the marginalized sections, to the underprivileged, to the lower classes, so that they don't suffer on account of COVID. But when we realize that we have the resources, we increase the economy to be the 5th largest in the world. We have the sufficient resources to be able to give this free food grains. We are massively procuring food grains from the farmers instead of letting them rot in the food grain warehouses. We wanted to feed our people. What's wrong with it? They have enough money to buy, but giving this extra money to them will help them to invest in education, healthcare. We have given 10 crore people. Let me continue. 10 crore people, we've given them Ayushman Bharat. You've given them 5 lakh health coverage. Is that not a revolutionary step? We have now, in this election, we promised 70 plus all those who are above 70, irrespective of their income criterion, they will be benefited by healthcare policies. So I think these are transformational policies.
Is that a sort of competitive beneficiary politics that we are into? Because there is Rahul Gandhi saying that the moment we come to power, we are going to give what? Khata khat. Is that the word used? Khata khat. We are going to give 1 lakh to every woman in a household. Isn't that, in a way, trying to compete with the BJP? Okay, you are giving certain benefits through a Ladli Behna scheme, for example, in Madhya Pradesh that worked. We are going to give you a Mahalakshmi scheme, khata khat. I mean, have the economics been done? Have the numbers been looked at?
Quick answer to that, absolutely yes. I have the full spreadsheet. I can send it to you if you want. But it is, I'm glad that we're now finally talking about issues. We're talking about promises and what is right for the country rather than religion and identity. See, first, be it food security, be it Narega, all of these are safety net programs. These are safety net programs for people that should they fall, like during COVID, should they fall out of the safety net, this has to protect. These are designed as safety net programs. And imitation is the best form of flattery. So I'm very glad that the Narendra Modi government in the last 10 years has had the highest allocation for Narega. Good. They're also taken on food security. Good. The question is this sufficient? And I'd be the first to say no. As a country, as an economist, I would like to see less people be dependent on Narega, be dependent on food security. That should be our economic objective. Our economic objective should be to minimize Narega demand. And that should be our goal. That doesn't mean take it away. That doesn't mean force a reduction in demand. No. Do it through generating new jobs, opportunities. The real problem we have to talk about today is lack of jobs, incomes, livelihoods. It does not matter whether we are the world's fastest growing economy or not. It does not matter whether we're growing at 10%, 12%, 15%. The fact is, it is not trickling down to incomes, and livelihoods. And to be fair, I would not say it's entirely the fault of the Narendra Modi government. This is an issue across the world. And this is an issue that we have to contend with. Let's please talk about these, not whether our manifesto is a Muslim League document.
Okay, as we enter this last stretch of a few minutes left, routes to power. We call this hit wicket or hit out. So I want to know, how are you going to make sure that you get your hat trick? What is your route to power? Because as we said, you've got to retain your strongholds, and you're hoping to add in a few. Is there a worst case and a best case scenario? Is there a nightmare scenario that you have that this juggernaut stops at 250? Is that something you've at all contemplated? And then you're dependent on allies that you mustered up, including the likes of Ajit Pawar here in Maharashtra, whom you called corrupt not too long ago and now have embraced.
Rajdeep, we don't have to worry. Unlike many teams which depend on the last 10 overs of the match, Prime Minister Modi batted all 5 years of his tenure. So this is a consistent building of the innings. So by completion of 5th phase, we've already crossed our target. The halfway target that you expect.
You've already crossed 272.
Easily.
You've already crossed 272.
For the NDA, and we will certainly reach our target. 400 plus for the NDA. Certainly, this is not based on planning for the elections. This is based on your hard work for 5 years and also organizational work for 3 years. We are a very live organization where you see activities happening all around the country.
How do you know you've crossed 272 though? Is this your post poll which is telling you?
No, I'm saying with so many seats already polled, with only 120 odd seats remaining, we have already reached 272. That's how we'll reach.
So you've already, you're claiming you've already won the match. You see, their confidence and their preparation, you've got to give the BJP credit for. They've been working at this election for the last 3 years. And they have in Prime Minister Modi, dare I say, Virat Kohli at the top of their innings. I mean, do you have a Virat Kohli equivalent A? And do you have a route to power? Do you have a way that you can actually come to power? It's one thing to say, we're going to stop the BJP at 250. Even at 250, they will form a government. They've got enough allies including the Andhra parties of GVL Narasimha Rao, who will happily join the government. So what is the Congress or the India Alliance's strategy to actually form a government?
It is India.
And who is your Virat Kohli?
It is India. I know the media loves to do these personality contests. It is the India Alliance that is the route to power. I think it's a bit unfair to say that the Congress party, at least the Congress party, has not been doing anything. I think the last time I checked, there was only one leader, perhaps in the world, that actually walked 4,500 kilometers. Walked 4,500 kilometers. And then did a bus journey 6,000 kilometers. I don't think that is called keeping quiet or staying at home. There has been enormous work. Could we have done more? Yes. I'd be the first to admit. Could we have acted faster? Yes, I'd be the first to admit. But having said that, you have to be a little fair and reasonable. It's not that we were sitting and twiddling our thumbs. And to the extent that, this talk about we are focused on them reducing, listen, this is a seesaw. If somebody goes down, somebody else will go up. I mean, I don't know what part of this, most people don't get it. This is a seesaw. It's India Alliance versus NDA. So if NDA goes down, India Alliance will go up. If India Alliance goes down, NDA will go up. It's as simple as
But
that.
given the wide gap, I'm asking you routes to power. Is there a route to power? They're already saying they've crossed 272. Yeah, according to GVL Narasimha Rao, forget about round 6 and 7, it's all over. How do you see, is there a potential route to power? Because I hear congressmen saying, oh, don't forget 2004. But in 2004, you got about 140 seats that the Congress itself got. So you had a route to power. What's your route to power this time?
Okay, first, there have been 429 seats that have gone to polls. I will have a friendly bet with my friend GVL Narasimha Rao when the results come. After phase 5, I can guarantee that the NDA would not have crossed 272. I can guarantee that. Out of 429, impossible. Second, the Congress and the India Alliance, certainly the Congress party, has already crossed its 2019 tally, which you may argue is a low base. I agree, I admit that. Already crossed from the southern states and Maharashtra. And I will get into a bet for that also post-elections. We will do the math. Okay? Out of 429 seats, I have all the seats. I know exactly what's happened. Okay? So that much I will tell you.
So
now,
you're also basing this on a post-poll.
Post-poll, pre-poll, all those words apart, I am telling you that out of 429 seats, there is simply no way that the NDA has crossed 272 as we stand today. Okay. You can take that from me.
So what is your final number? Last minute, what is your final number on June 4th?
We are still confident. We are still confident of crossing 400 tally.
400
and we are not going to rest on our confidence that we have already won. We will fight until the last ballot is polled on the 1st of June.
Okay. You want to fight? You want to give me your final number?
No, I'm not. I don't believe in giving numbers, but we will have significant gains from 2019.
Okay, let's leave it there. Remember, last year the Indian Premier League was won with a 6 and a 4 on the last 2 balls by the Chennai Super Kings. They're out of the IPL this time, but who knows? In Indian politics, anything can happen. For now, both of you have given a teaser of what could happen on June 4th, and have spoken eloquently on behalf of the 2 major parties of this country. GVL Narasimha Rao, Praveen Chakravarti, appreciate your joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a very big hand. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can we please request you to stay on stage? Praveen, Mr. Rao, can we please request you to stay on stage, please? And can we have Pradeepta Basu, AVP Marketing at Radico Khaitan, to express a token of our appreciation to our honorable speakers for today. Virat Kohli, Australian swing, mutual funds, RCB, captain of the team. So many analogies. It can only and only happen at the India Today Conclave Pop-Up Election Special. A huge round of applause for a stellar first session at the Conclave. All right, the next session is a very special one. India in the age of revolutions. What is the global perception when it comes to India, and how can you use technology to make this happen? Will technology really be the factor that propels India's growth story? I'd like to invite on stage our moderator for this one, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TV Today Network, and Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, and Executive Director at Business Today, to introduce a very special session. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Could I request everyone to settle down, please? And before we start the session, can I do a quick audio check with Farid Zakaria, please? Farid, can you hear us?
Oh.
Super. Hello and welcome. Our special guest at the India Today Conclave pop-up is one of the world's foremost foreign affairs gurus. No matter where he is, Mumbai-born, Manhattan resident Farid Zakaria always has a very close eye on what's happening in India. And as election fever peaks, I thought it would be very interesting to hear how Farid Zakaria sees what's at stake for India in the global context in this election. Zakaria has a new book out, Age of Revolutions, Progress and Backlash from 1600 to the Present. Zakaria is calling this an age of revolutions, where he's essentially talking about 4 revolutions that are at play at the same time in economics, technology, identity, and geopolitics. So what I thought we would do to make this session really special is to get Farid Zakaria to use the genius of his punditry to look at how these 4 revolutions are playing out in the Indian context, to tell you how what's at play globally applies to India and what may happen from here. Can we have a warm round of applause as we welcome to the India Today Conclave pop-up Farid Zakaria. Farid, welcome, and it's great to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Rahul. I'm thrilled to be here. I also think you are actually in my neighborhood. My home is across the street from the president, so I'm looking very fondly on this pop-up.
It's really nice to have you, and thank you for making time. How do you, Farid, look at the Indian election from your perch? You're looking at what's happening globally. There are 60+ elections. 1/3 of humanity goes to polls. How does the Indian election stand out in the global context? What's at stake here?
So in general, if you were to make some kind of a very broad generalization about those elections all over the world, the one theme that has been at work almost everywhere has been an anti-establishment wave. The people who tend to win are the people who say, I come from outside the elite. I come from outside this world of, kind of urban, educated, cosmopolitan guys and women who have been running things. So you look in Latin America, for example, last year, almost everyone who won came from outside that world and presented themselves as an outsider. There are a few places where the person who is the most interesting is trying to be both an insider and an outsider. And that is Modi's genius in a way, is that he is trying to present himself as both an insider and an outsider. He is, of course, the prime minister, of course, touting his achievements enormously, but at the same time, reminding you that he does not come from the gilded elite of India, that he is not, part of the Nehru Gandhi family, that he comes from the chaiwala background. There is a certain way in which he's trying to achieve both, and he's not the only one. In a way, Viktor Orban in Hungary does the same thing, and Trump, in his own way, does the same thing. But it's a very unusual skill to be able to both simultaneously be the insider and the outsider. And Modi is trying to play that game.
Most transformational leaders when they were up for a third election, whether it's, say, a Tony Blair or a Margaret Thatcher in the United Kingdom, had a lot of turbulence. How do you look at the fact that despite being in power for 10 years now, Prime Minister Modi continues to have amongst the world's highest popularity for any leader? It's dipped just a bit, 2% it's fallen over the last few weeks, but it's still way higher and it's the envy of all other leaders.
It is extraordinary, and it's partly, as I said, that's why I call it the genius of Modi. Modi is a very skilled political player. He is one of the most skilled politicians I've ever seen. And I think he has very skillfully managed his public perception. Now, he has been able to also marshal the resources of the government in an extraordinary fashion, in a way that is difficult to remember even Congress prime ministers at their peak doing. You know, if you get a vaccine, you get the vaccine with Mr. Modi's a photograph on it. If you get a benefit, you get it with his photograph on it. If you walk into a train station, you see a life-size cutout of him. The blanketing of the media with Modi as a personality, as opposed to the Congress party, is, as far as I can tell, new and unique in Indian history. And that has played a role. India, you know, there is a very powerful unifying force that all these messages have. But again, I don't want to detract from what I think is the principal reason he has it, which is that he's a very skilled politician. And he does come from outside that gilded elite of India. Every Indian prime minister before him was, in some sense, part of an elite, either by birth or by education. You think of, you know, the Gandhi Nehrus, but you even think of somebody like Narasimha Rao or Manmohan Singh. Manmohan Singh probably was born poorer than Modi, but by education moved up into the kind of urban cosmopolitan elite. And Modi comes from outside of that, which is, of course, where the majority of Indians come from. So there is something, there is a special quality to his relationship with the ordinary Indian.
So your book looks at revolutions in different parts of the world going back to 1600. So if I were to ask you to apply that lens to India in the current context, who are the parallel leaders who come up in your mind when you look at the dominance of Prime Minister Modi in the Indian political context and in Indian society at this moment? Who would be parallels who come to your mind for it?
I think that when you look at somebody like Modi, what you're looking at is somebody who is trying to usher in, by his very person, a kind of fundamental transformation of the society. Whether you like it or not, Modi is trying to, in a sense, remake the Indian narrative, which is focused much more on a kind of Hinduism first, or call it what you will, a Hindutva agenda. And in that sense, he does resemble, somebody like a Trump or a Bolsonaro. Erdogan is probably the closest analogy that I would say. Erdogan came to power believing that Turkey had been ruled too long by a kind of urban cosmopolitan elite, that he was going to provide a new narrative for Turkey, one much more infused with religion. And what Erdogan and Modi have in common is they're also in their own way modernizers. They also want to ride the wave of technology, of economics. They're not backward looking in that sense. They are more than willing to embrace the revolutions of the present that are transforming the country. They also want to engage in a political transformation that accompanies those, that gets rid of the old sources of identity, the old, if you will, kind of narrative, and put a new one in place. So it's simultaneously, it's in some ways a kind of forward-looking new narrative, but of course it in some ways harkens back to, I would argue, an imagined past, but in any event to some idea of a purer India.
I now want to dip into some of what Farid's written in his book, and I want to start with where you write about growing tribalism and the revenge of the tribe. how culture, class, tribalism is what makes people decide who they wish to vote for. Now, when you apply that, Fareed, in the Indian context, we've seen what's happened in the past 10 years, but you're also in your book trying to look into the future. Give everyone sitting here and watching you across the India Today network a sense of, the revenge of this tribe, the idea that we've been left out, which is why Prime Minister Modi is as popular as he is. How does this apply at the moment and going forward, Fareed?
Sure. Let me give you an example to make the point of the rise of culture and cultural identity and this, as you say, cultural sense of dispossession or marginalization. So Joe Biden currently has the lowest approval ratings of any president in American history. Ordinarily, people always believed that a strong economy meant a president had strong approval ratings. That's why, if you remember, the slogan of Bill Clinton's election campaign was, "It's the economy, stupid." And the truth is, Biden is presiding over possibly the strongest American economy in decades. Unemployment is basically at a 50-year low. Inequality, which was considered the big issue, has been falling now for 4 years. Manufacturing employment is up. Employment in every sector is up. Inflation is down to 3%. It's difficult to find a statistic that is not there. To give you a couple just to show you how powerfully the United States is doing in today's world. In 2008, the Eurozone economy and the American economy were the same size. Today, the American economy is 2 times the size of the Eurozone economy. If Great Britain, India's former colonizing power, were to join the United States as the 51st state of America, it would be the 51st poorest state in America. It ranks below Mississippi, which is the poorest American state in per capita income. And yet, Biden has the lowest approval ratings of any president in American history. Why? Because we have entered an age of cultural politics where what matters is not so much economics and much more this sense of how do I define myself in today's world? Who am I? And in those criteria, there are a large number of people who feel that this world dazzling with technology, with strong economic growth, is leaving them behind, has left them behind. And that's why issues like immigration and what is so-called woke agenda have become so important. That is, it's the rise of this cultural politics. Now, in India, it applies, again, somewhat unevenly because India is, of course, a much poorer country and so is still moving up the economic chain. But you still have, as I say, this idea of the rise of the previously marginalized, the people who were seen as less central to the narrative, who now feel that in Modi they have their standard bearer. And that has been his appeal. The real challenge will be, in India, you still have to deliver economically, and Modi has done a lot, but there are many gaps, unemployment being probably the single biggest gap. And how will all this play in the Indian context is a little difficult to tell. One thing I'll say about the Indian, again, I'm watching it from outside, but his first election, there was a wave of change. There was a sense that people wanted change from the Congress coalition. The second one, of course, was consumed with nationalism and anti-Pakistani nationalism. I don't feel that there are those, this doesn't feel as strong in terms of a wave for Prime Minister Modi as those previous ones. If you were to have to characterize what is the wave that is going to propel Modi to 400 seats, I'm not sure what simple phrase I would use in the way I could for the first two. Change in the first one, anti-Pakistani Indian nationalism on the second one. I'm not sure what this one would be.
But Fareed, it's not just about how strong the government and Prime Minister Modi is, it's also about how strong the Indian opposition is. And given the current state of the opposition, and there are some senior voices from India's opposition with us in the audience, what are the lessons you think India's opposition can draw internationally from how opposition movements internationally are dealing with a similar situation, because at this moment they're up against a force which electorally they haven't been able to fight. In recent assembly elections in the Hindi heartland, there was anti-incumbency against the BJP in certain heartland states, and even then the opposition couldn't find a way in a localized regional context to topple the BJP when the Prime Minister wasn't on the ticket. So what are the lessons you think India's opposition can learn from what's happening with the opposition internationally?
So first, I'd say, remember, it's not always necessary to find a one single party that can define itself as the opposition. If you think about India post Rajiv Gandhi, it has mostly been coalition governments. It has mostly been a collection of parties that won, and maybe in a sense, India's diversity lends itself to that kind of coalition politics. Modi is the exception. Modi was able to nationalize the BJP. Even Vajpayee and Advani were not able to. Dalits never really voted for that version of the BJP. So Modi's again, I give him credit. Modi's genius was to find a way to nationalize the BJP, either through alliances or by personal appeal to include the Dalit vote. And there was a certain amount of rather aggressive Hindutva in that too, where, in effect, what you're saying to the Hindu who's majority, even lower caste Hindus, is, look, we're all in this together because we're not Muslims. You can take pride in the fact that you may be a Dalit, but at least you're not a Muslim. There is a certain raw tribal politics being played there. But your point is well taken. The thing that I think particularly the Congress has to learn to do is to better connect with that, that Aam Aadmi, if I can coin a phrase. And they're not as good at that. I think they're better than people think. I think that there's always been a challenge for Congress to return to its grassroots strength. In my opinion, one of the great tragedies in Indian history was in 71 or 72 when Indira Gandhi suspends internal party elections in India, where the seats used to be given on the basis of a kind of bottom-up process, and then it became a top-down process where a court in Delhi was going to decide who got the parliamentary tickets, the legislative seats. It all became a top-down process. The most powerful parties are always those that have a bottom-up, a very strong, and Congress at its greatest always had these very powerful regional leaders, Y.B. Chavan, Kamraj, people like that. And I don't think you can truly rebuild the Congress into a national party without that process. I grant you that Modi has done it with the BJP as a single titular figure. But I don't think that path is available to the Congress. What the Congress should do is embrace its own past, where even under Nehru, there were very powerful regional leaders who had enormous strength in their states. And in a sense, you could look at that and say it was a kind of coalition. They may have all called themselves Congress Party, but Kamraj was certainly somebody who was his own guy and was not going to be dictated to by Delhi. And so if it can embrace that kind of bottom-up grassroots strength, that's probably it also feels more in character with the nature of India.
The other thing you write about, Farid, in your book is the disconnect between politics and economics. The fact that in the US, the economy is doing better than it has in a long time, and yet Joe Biden's popularity is the second lowest of all modern presidents. There are those in the opposition who will say that given how there is agrarian distress, growing youth unemployment, there should be greater discontent than what can be seen politically. The theory that could apply in the Indian context is even if all of this is true in terms of rural distress, the agrarian sector being badly off, it's about who voters think is best suited to help alleviate their concerns, where when they look at what's available for them politically, they end up potentially settling on the BJP and the Prime Minister because they think, okay, we have a problem, but he's the man who can settle it, and that's where the opposition struggles. Do you think this idea of there being a disconnect between politics and economics applies in the Indian context from your lens as well?
I think it applies, and I think you're right that it could sometimes help Modi, because there's a sense in which even if he didn't deliver on economics, he can deliver on these cultural issues that you raise up, and that's, to my mind, both possibly an effective game that the BJP plays. It's a dangerous one, because look, the Southern whites used to play this game in America all the time, which is, you would say to the Southern white working class, your lives may be terrible, your income may be low, but at least you're one step higher than blacks. That was the basis of the Southern, the old Southern Democrats who used to rule in the South. And in a way that strategy has been used in other places. And in India, you can see that strategy being used, where you try and unify Hindus around the idea that they're not the Muslims. I think the danger here is, and this ultimately is why Advani and Bajpayee also, that version of Hindutva didn't work. I think Hinduism is very broad, diverse, and tolerant. I think you can kind of get people riled up for a while, all human beings, on the basis of negativity. But I don't think ultimately it works in India, because India is a very broad, diverse society in which it has tolerated diversity for 5,000 years. And you're rubbing against the grain of that when you try and rile people up on the basis of this, one tribe disliking the other tribe. On competence, you can certainly make the case that Modi will be the guy to deliver. And as I say, he has promoted that image very effectively with some justification. I think with Modi, you always have to recognize that while he's practicing some of these arts of tribal politics, he is also, both politically and administratively, very competent.
I now want to come to the next revolution you write about in your book, and this is to do with geopolitics. And on that note, I just want to also tell you that someone you know well, Ian Bremmer at the Eurasia Group, is here. We'll be hearing from him next, and it's very interesting that we've got these two top foreign policy voices, both giving us their independent perspectives on what's at play geopolitically. So you wanted to say a quick hello to Ian. Ian, welcome. I just want to tell our viewers what Farid writes about. He basically talks about this phenomena of a rising power threatening to displace and establish power, ultimately leading to war between them. And he talks about how over 500 years, Paul Kennedy, for example, looked at 16 cases of the rise and fall of great powers, out of which 12 led to wars. So in the current context, the possibility of war between China and the United States, and what, obviously from the lens of the audience sitting here, what that means for India. So let's just spend a moment on that, Farid. The prospect, of confrontation, open confrontation, leading to military confrontation between China and the United States. How do you see that?
So as you say, the historical pattern is what you described very accurately. From the time of Athens and Sparta, you have had this dynamic where rising power challenges the established power, and it leads to friction, it leads to tension, and in 12 out of 16 cases, it led to war. My own sense is that the United States and China, we may be lucky enough to get not a Cold War, but a cold peace. And why is that? Because the global economy is much more interconnected than it ever was. So during the Cold War, the US and the Soviets, best year of US-Soviet trade was $2 billion that year. US and China trade $2 billion almost every day. It's a completely different situation. Secondly, I think that the Chinese recognize that at the end of the day, the US and its allies remain very, very strong. I think that if you think about the statistics I mentioned, and you think about every leading industry in the world, the US still dominates. The top 10 technology companies in the world are all American. If you look at American demographics, they are the only rich country in the world that has strong demographics because of immigration. America is an energy powerhouse. It makes more oil than Saudi Arabia. It makes more natural gas than Qatar. China, it has bad demographics. It has no energy. It has to import all its energy. It is not dominating the technological space. So it's in a very different position. So we may luck out in getting a cold peace rather than a cold war. Though, of course, on something like Taiwan, things could go wrong very easily. Now, where does India fit into this? India looks like it's in the cat's bird seat. And, it's able to be wooed by both sides at some level. It's able to play so that it is both seen by the Americans as a friend and at the same time busily buys Russian oil at a discount and Russian weapons. And I think that gets India an enormous amount of freedom of maneuver. My own view is that India, at the end of the day, will want to be more solidly aligned with one of these camps, because the world is fracturing and you are ending up in a technological two-zone world, and increasingly there will be a kind of economic two-zone world, with the Chinese dominating parts of the global south, other countries, and the Americans and Europeans having their own essentially zone. And I say the two sides will trade with each other in a cold peace. But India would benefit enormously if it were more solidly aligned with the West, with the free world, with the democratic world. And it would be able to reap enormous rewards technologically, in commercial terms, economically, but also culturally, if it was seen more solidly aligned in that way. I worry sometimes that this path India is on will leave it not, with enormous freedom of maneuver, which everyone thinks about, but will leave it stuck in a bit of a no man's land. Let's remember, to play that role of being the great freelancer with all the options in the world, you should be already an advanced industrial country. India's per capita GDP is 2,500, 2,800. It is the poorest country in the G20. It is a country that needs at least 9% growth to be able to break the back of poverty. And for all those reasons, it needs a much stronger alliance, a much stronger economic relationship with the Western world, with the centers of the most advanced technology in the world. And I fear for, what are we getting out of this multi-aligned policy? A little bit of nationalist pride, a little bit of strutting around, being able to say everyone is being nice to us, everyone is bowing down to us. But what are we missing? What we're missing is the opportunity to hitch our wagon to the fastest growing, most powerful, most technologically advanced country in the history of the world, which is offering that relationship to India on a platter.
Why are we better off if we hitch our bandwagon to America than we are right now? This is something that Dr. Jaishankar, and I've had an opportunity to speak to Prime Minister Modi as well about this. They feel very passionately about it. They'll say, okay, this is Fareed Zakaria echoing Washington's voice. It is in India's national interest to do what works best for India. Why should we listen to Fareed Zakaria? How would we be better off if we did what you said?
Because of exactly what I just said. Because India needs America more than America needs India. I mean, that's why this is not Washington's view. Washington will be fine. With India, there's very little that India gives Washington. In any case, India is not going to veto a UN resolution that America wants, because it doesn't have the veto. In any case, India is not going to add in any significant way to the deterrent capacity that the US needs with regard to China, because that's largely a naval issue. And India does not have a powerful navy by any stretch. So the issue is, if India wants to modernize, if the fundamental goal, remember, this reminds me a lot of the non-aligned period, where, because of Nehruvian pride and this ideology that said we are morally superior to capitalism or communism, we're going to chart our own path. India decided to basically stay aloof. South Korea, Japan, Taiwan picked sides. India and South Korea had roughly the same per capita income in 1950. Actually, India's was a lot higher than South Korea's. Today, South Korea's per capita GDP is 35 times India's. So you tell me, was it worthwhile for South Korea to hitch its wagon to the fastest growing, most technologically advanced country in the world? Or was India's strategy of this Nehruvian aloofness and moral sanctimony and Krishna Menon giving, fancy speeches at the UN, what did that buy India? And I fear that we are in the same position. You will not get the full benefits of a comprehensive strategic relationship, economic, technological, and political with the United States if you don't make a choice. If you want to play this game, of course you can. India's a big country. Even in the 50s, it was a big country. Just the sheer population and geography dictate that. But you're losing out. It's the opportunity cost that I'm talking about.
One of Prime Minister Modi's big poll planks is that India's prestige at the global high table has gone up substantially over the past 10 years. And that's something that a lot of voters seem to believe in and like as well. How do you see the next 5 years being for India, given all the geopolitical headwinds that are at play? The theory in India is that so far India has risen and there hasn't been a strong pushback internationally, that the level of pushback over the next 5 years could be much more than over the last 10. How do you see this, Farid?
I don't think so. I think India is in a sweet spot. The rise of China is the fundamental geopolitical trend of our time. And the rise of China means there is a market for a large Asian country that is going to balance China in some way. And India is that large Asian country. So there is an enormous incentive for everyone to respect India, to try to have good relations with India. So I don't think that you're going to see that. Now, India could overplay its hand. But so far, to be fair to Prime Minister Modi, I don't think it has in that sense. An aggressive India, an India that tried to do something in Sri Lanka again, or, the kind of thing that produces pushback is generally, a much more aggressive foreign policy, defense policy. You look at China. In my opinion, Xi Jinping has been the worst foreign policy leader for China in 40 years, in 50, basically since Mao. He has triggered a series of balancing mechanisms in Japan, in India, in Vietnam, in Philippines, in Australia, and of course, most importantly, in the United States against China. China was trying to attempt a peaceful rise. That was the phrase used by Hu Jintao, Xi Jinping's successor. India should try to take a lesson from that book and say, as we rise, our intention is to rise peacefully, to rise in a way that doesn't threaten other people. That is the glide path to success.
In your book, you write, Farid, about the crests and troughs that globalization has been through. China registered 9% plus growth at a time when the tailwinds were in favor of globalization. Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government are trying to ensure India rises from number 5 in the global economic standings to number 3 at a time when there are headwinds blowing against the idea of globalization. Is that something that's here to stay? Because in the book you make the argument that this is just a period. There are times when countries are doubling down on nationalism and protectionism, and there are times when new generations seek to unshackle markets and trade. How far could that period be? How do you see this, Farid?
Well, right now, there's no question we're in a period of deglobalization in the sense that people are trying to find, special relationships, opt-outs, selective protectionism, industrial policy, and so it is harder. I think you're right. Now, what compounds the problem is India has never been very open to international trade. One of the reasons that India does not do as well in manufacturing is that manufacturing is very much now a global process. So people talk about how the iPhone is made in China. It's actually not made in China. It's made in 15 Asian countries and eventually assembled in China. And the reason it was so difficult for Apple to come to India was because India has very high tariffs on intermediate goods. So importing the component parts becomes very expensive. Now that has been solved, as far as I can tell, by giving Apple a bunch of special waivers. But that is not the path to really moving from 5% to 9%. The path would be for India to become more open to trade, allow more intermediate goods to come in at lower tariffs, then India can become a hub. I think it's a very sad reality that when you look at the degree of with diversification away from China, in particularly advanced manufacturing, the Apple symbolism aside, India has gotten very little of it. The principal beneficiaries of the diversion from China have been Vietnam and Mexico. And what India should be trying to figure out is how can it take advantage of that? How can it move up the value chain? Unless it itself is more open to trade, it's not going to be able to do that. Yeah, it does face an atmosphere of not as permissive, but India could solve a lot of problems by just making itself a little bit more open to trade.
As you know, poll season is at its peak, and I want to draw you into the big political debate here, Farid. So here's what it is. The likes of Praveen Chakravarti, P. Chidambaram, Jairam Ramesh say that there is an inevitability about India's rise. That this is, regardless of which government is at play, India will rise, will go from being number 5 to being number 3, regardless of whether Prime Minister Modi comes back to power or not. Then there are those like GVL Narasimha Rao and the others who you just heard who say, no, this is to do with political stability. This is to do with the fact that we're being able to get things done. Big projects are being executed. Infrastructure is being built. And India is on the move because of the fact that we have a strong leader. So Farid, which one is it? Is there an inevitability to India's rise? Or do you think that it's very important that Prime Minister Modi and the BJP come back, because only then will we be able to move from 5 to 3?
Well, I agree with the second, which is it is not inevitable. You need good leadership, but I would not equate good leadership with strong leadership. Look at India's past. India has grown very strong, very strongly under periods of coalition government. After all, the many of the reforms were initiated and implemented under coalition governments. Look at, again, South Korea or Taiwan. The two countries that have grown fastest in the world probably over the last 40 years have been South Korea and Taiwan. They did it in periods of messy democratic rule. They did not have some great strong man. So everyone who says that, oh, you need a strong man in order to get growth, tell me how South Korea went through the breakneck period of growth. Can you even name the strong man of South Korea for the last 40 years? Name the strong man of Taiwan for the last 40 years. It's a myth. What you need are good policies. But you do need policies. I agree with that part. It's not inevitable. People look at the demographics and say India will rise inevitably. Well, Africa has good demographics. Do you know what over the last decade, the average growth of per capita GDP in Africa has been over the last 10 years? The answer is zero. Zero. So you can have good demographics. If you don't have good policies, you will still lag behind.
So we've spent time discussing the most important election in the world from India's lens, which is our own election. But the moment you step outside India's borders, the most important election arguably is the election in the United States. And Farid, at this moment, all polling data seems to suggest that Donald Trump is ahead of Joe Biden. Do you think Donald Trump can win? And if he does, what does that mean for India and the world?
Look, I don't want to avoid giving you a clear answer, but I'll explain to you why it's hard, Rahul. In overall terms, the election is a foregone conclusion. Joe Biden will win the election by over, I'm going to say, 7-8 million votes. In any other electoral system in the world, in any other democracy in the world, that would mean he would become president. But the United States has a unique democratic structure with the Electoral College, which means that the fact that Joe Biden will win the popular vote by at least 7 or 8 million votes will not translate. So then you get to the Electoral College and these 5 or 6 states that you have all heard about. And over there, to be honest, it is close to a statistical tie. Yes, Trump is leading, but he's leading in almost every state within the margin of error, which means statistically it's a tie and it's too hard to tell. My gut is if the election were held today, Trump would win. But I think that if you look not at polling, but at actual elections over the last 3 or 4 years, the Democrats have tended to do well in the end. may be fueled by again, it seems to me like the two great issues in America's election right now are two cultural issues: immigration, which helps the right, and abortion, which helps the left. And in some sense, we're going to figure out which of the two brings out more voters, which converts more people in the center. And I'm not sure I can tell you confidently where it's going right now, but today, if you were to look at it, you're right. Trump has the edge.
Okay, so let's take some questions from those in the audience. I'll start with my colleague, Saurav Majumdar, editor of Business Today. So if we can have a mic sent across to him, please.
Good evening, Mr. Zakaria. You mentioned...
It's Fareed.
Okay, good evening, Fareed. You mentioned in the context of China that India hasn't really benefited to the extent it should have from the, in terms of the manufacturing story. But of late, there have been some big projects which have come in terms of the announcement of semiconductor projects, for instance. Then the PLI scheme, which the government seems to suggest, and push in a bigger way. Do you think that these will make a difference? And how do you see that story playing out in the future?
It's a great question, because I think that there is potential here, but I worry that we are going down a path that is not the right one. We're in a sense copying the Chinese strategy, which has not always been effective. So if you look at the semiconductor issue, so the Indians are now trying to get to become a part of the semiconductor supply chain. What countries are part of that supply chain? America, China, South Korea, Taiwan, principally Taiwan. These are all countries that are at least 4 to 20 times India's per capita GDP. So India is a very poor country, is trying to leapfrog to the top of this. We are not good at basic manufacturing yet. We're trying to become very good at advanced computer manufacturing. And in order to do that, the government is giving Micron Technology a subsidy that is equal to 160% of the total education budget of the government of India. Think about that. In other words, if you were to increase the government of India's education budget by 160%, that one subsidy to that one company, is that worth it? Or is it better to fundamentally retrain and uplift tens and tens of millions of Indians? I think it's the wrong path. I think it will be a very expensive path. I think the cost overruns are likely to be great. And at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is modernize and lift up the whole country, not give a handout to one company.
Okay, we'll take the next question from Praveen Chakravarti. Praveen Chakravarti is a senior leader of the Congress party, has headed the Big Data Analytics Cell, chairman of the Professionals Congress Wing. So Praveen, go for it.
Thank you, Rahul, and good evening or good morning, Fareed, whatever time zone you're in. I want to kind of push you a little bit on the strong case that you made that India should hitch its wagon unabashedly with the United States. Why? What does India get in return? And sitting where we are, there is a sense that America is actually a declining power. You mentioned Micron. So I could flip that around and say, why did Micron even want that subsidy? What has America done? And today there is a headline story that says foreign investment from America negative, declined, and it's the lowest since 2006. So what has India got in return, especially when there is this view that it is perhaps a power in decline?
So let's start with the perception of the American power in decline, which is a perception largely, in my opinion, promulgated by the Chinese. The East is rising and the West is declining. So the United States is currently 25% of global GDP. It's 4% of the world's population. It is 25% of global GDP. Do you know what that number was in 1980 at the heyday of Ronald Reagan's America? 25%. The United States has been able to maintain its global share of GDP over 50 years with no decline. As I say, if you look at the top 10 technology companies in the world, in 1989, 5 were Japanese, 4 were American, 1 was European. Today, 10 out of 10 are American. It's not even that. If you look at the market cap of those companies, of the 7 biggest technology companies in the world, all American, they are larger than the total market capitalization of the countries of Germany, France, Britain, Italy, and Canada put together. Apple alone has a market cap that is larger than the entire country of Germany. So the perception of decline seems to me to be odd when placed against these realities. I mentioned the energy reality. The US is now the energy superpower of the world. If you think about the demographics, so it's very difficult to square that reality with the economic data. And then you add to it that when you want to think about America, you want to think about it with its strongest allies. The Europeans, the Japanese, Australia, Canada, Singapore, and you put all that together and it's about 68% of global GDP. All the advanced technology in the world coming out of there. So what India would gain is a close, tight relationship with that part of the world, with that center of technology, of economics, of commerce, of culture. And let me put it to you this way. There is also a very deep cultural symbiosis between India and America. You can see that in the relation, in the role of Indian Americans. These are 2 great democracies. These are 2 diverse countries. These are 2 societies. There's 2 places where society is powerful, not just the state. You would have thousands of points of connection between Indian businesses and American businesses, Indian NGOs and American NGOs. I think that it will create a much richer, more powerful, more sophisticated country that would gain enormously. And if you want to talk about how to rise up the ladder in the world, it seems to me to be part of the most technologically advanced part of the world and the most open and free. Look, India's destiny, in my opinion, is deeply democratic. It's too diverse a country to be ruled any other way. And so to find strength in that diversity by aligning itself with the other great diverse democracy in the world, I think would be an enormous benefit. And the United States would much prefer to have India as one of its closest economic, technological, strategic allies than Vietnam or something like that. As I say, there is a natural affinity. Think about the period when Manmohan Singh offered up on a platter. When George Bush offered up on a platter the nuclear deal to Manmohan Singh. That was an indication that the United States was willing to go not the extra mile, but the extra 10 miles to make that deal happen. Why? Because there is a natural affinity that Americans feel. It's a society-to-society relationship that tends to be much stronger than the state-to-state alliances that one makes. If you think about the US and Britain, that is a society-to-society relationship. You think of US and Saudi Arabia, that's a state-to-state relationship, which is stronger, which is deeper. It's when the 2 societies really see each other as allies, which I believe India and America do.
2 questions before we wrap up. The first from Kali Puri, Executive Editor-in-Chief of the India Today Group. Kali.
Hi, Fareed. Thank you so much for Conclave pop-up. It's a real pleasure. I wanted to ask you something about what you said earlier about Trump and Biden being statistically tied for the next election. What difference would it make to India if Trump came to power or Biden came to power? Who's better for India, according to you?
It's a great question. I think both will be pro-India. I don't think that there will be much difference. I think, honestly, there has been a bipartisan strategic decision, and as I said, by America's natural proclivities toward India, ever since the Clinton administration. Basically, the Clinton administration found a way over the course of its administration, trial and error. First, it put sanctions on because of the nuclear explosion, but after that, essentially Clinton came to India and tried to make up, and then you had the Bush administration with the nuclear deal, and you had Obama made several overtures and would constantly say that Manmohan Singh was his favorite foreign leader in the world. And of course, since then. So you've had a consistent policy of an America that has been reaching out to India and trying to find ways to strengthen those ties. I think that will continue. And if you want to be cold-blooded about it, as I say, the rise of China makes that strategically inevitable. The question to me more is, what will be the fundamental outlook of a Biden administration versus a Trump administration? And I think Trump fundamentally reflects a kind of return of American isolationism. He reflects an America that says, why the hell are we in the world? It's costly, it's messy, all these foreigners take advantage of us. Let's retreat to our fortress America. If anyone messes with us, we'll beat them up, but we'll retreat to our fortress. That's the Trump mentality. He also very strongly believes in protectionism and high tariff walls and all that kind of thing. So I think from a broader orientation, you are better off in a world in which the traditional American internationalism prevails, because it's a world that will be more open, that will be more rule-based, that will be more free, that will be a world in which America is more engaged. And particularly for India's biggest strategic concern, which is the rise of China, I think you will have a more effective counter to the rise of China with a more internationalist America, an America that's more than willing to play its part in, whether it's guaranteeing the security of European countries, guaranteeing the security of Asian countries, that sense that the United States understands that its role in stabilizing the world is key to avoiding a descent into some kind of new great power tension or great power war. So I think it's on that broader dimension. But they'll all come to America, to India at Holi, and they'll all wear white kurtas and let their white kurtas get messed up because they all want to court India.
Given you have kind of said that the Democrats will be better for us, I want to ask you on a lighter note, can this statistical tie be on one side or the other, or the statistical tie be broken by Taylor Swift?
Well, in a way, it tells you how close the election is, and it tells you again how cultural issues play an enormous part. But I think that at the end of the day, while Americans think about all these sort of trivial issues, the elections do tend to be fought and won on these much broader kinds of issues that I'm describing. And even though there are 60% of the democratic world public going to elections, honestly, this is the pivotal election. This is the election on which the shape of the world will be determined, because you really do have on the one side somebody who fundamentally doesn't get America's role in the world and wants to draw back, and another side that wants to be more engaged and more involved. So I think the stakes for everybody are high. We'll be fine. I mean, I have always thought that if Trump were elected, America will be fine. America has very strong democratic institutions, and they will take a beating with the second Trump administration, because he's fundamentally a kind of illiberal figure and fundamentally in many ways a kind of quasi-authoritarian figure. But we have, think about the last time around. When he challenged the election, you had 55 court decisions that went against him, including a majority of those judges who ruled against him were Republican, many of them appointed by Trump, and they still ruled against him. His own attorney general refused to go along with him. His own vice president refused to go along with him. State governments refused to go along with him. So the United States has very strong democratic checks and balances. I think, by the way, one thing India could learn from that is our states need to be stronger. Indian states need to be a little bit, to given more capacity and more power to be part of the democratic mix. But what I worry about is the international sphere, because there the American president has almost no checks and balances. There the president can do almost anything he wants. And that's the role, that's the realm in which, with Trump, you never know, because he's really the world's greatest narcissist, is the greatest egomaniac the world has ever seen. So he might decide that something looks good for him. I mean, who would have guessed that this is a guy who will fall in love with Kim Jong-un of North Korea? But he did, because he got into his head that this would win him the Nobel Peace Prize. I don't know who gave him that impression, but so we'll be in for a roller coaster ride and many surprises. The question is, do you want to take the chance and buy that ticket?
If that happens, you can just come back to Mumbai, Farid. I have at
As
least
I said, my apartment is across the street.
Yeah, and we've got some great food here as well. So I have at least 12 more questions which people are requesting, but we're out of time. And I want to thank Farid Zakaria for joining us. There's some bits of his book we couldn't get into, but that's also when Farid will say, just read my book for the rest of it. So thank you very much, Farid Zakaria. Absolute pleasure having you with us at this India Today Conclave pop-up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
All right, I see a few people stepping out maybe for a cup of coffee, but the next session is going to start shortly, a very special session. Our guest is already in the building in this particular hall. So I'd request you all to stay seated and hold on to your seat and fasten your seatbelts as we set up in the next few seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the India Today Conclave Pop-Up Election Special. I request you all to have a seat because we're all set for a very special session. Now, we're talking about the world's biggest election. But what does this mean for the rest of the world? What does this mean for the global community? How do they view the world's biggest election ongoing currently in India? Our next session is Global Risk and India's Rise, the View from Outside. And I'd like to invite our session moderator, who's already on stage, the incredibly talented Rahul Kavala. Huge round of applause, please, and can we all take our seats? And of course, joining him is Ian Bremmer, President, Eurasia Group and G0 Media. Huge round of applause for our next session.
Our next guest at the India Today Conclave pop-up is actually the reason we are here this evening in Mumbai. Because Ian sent a mail saying he's coming to Mumbai, and we said, okay, we must do something really special. And that's why we set up this India Today Conclave pop-up in Mumbai. Thank you very much, Ian Bremmer, for joining us here.
I'm delighted and I'm honored. It's a great event, and I'm really pleased that you put it together.
I must tell everyone watching, whether you're here in person or watching online or on television, a little bit about Ian Bremmer. Ian Bremmer is arguably the world's foremost expert on geopolitical risk. What that essentially means is if you run a country or if you run a company and you have no clue about what may happen next, you're looking for really sharp insights beyond what's visible on the surface, he's the guy to go to. And usually he charges a lot of money for those insights. Fortunately, he's not charging us, and we have him here and we can benefit from the genius of his insight. So thank you very much, Ian Bremmer. Here's how we see these sessions. I'll go across the world asking Ian Bremmer about things that are happening. His speciality is he can tell you probabilistically what's likely to happen next, which is why his hot takes are so hot at Davos and elsewhere. So we'll start with India and the Indian elections. Most foreigners don't really want to come to a country which is bang in the middle of an election. They just want to see the results before deciding what to say and what to do. What brings you to India bang in the middle of the Indian election here?
Well, one is that, as you know, India is one of the very few unabashedly positive stories on the global stage today. It's a place that most countries are looking to get closer to. It's a country that increasingly has a global strategy, a strategy with the global south, a strategy with the West, not quite a strategy with China, but we can talk about that. The idea that we are increasingly in a multipolar economic world, not a security world, not a technological world, but economic world, and one of those poles is increasingly India. So I don't see how you can be in global business and not regularly come to this country. And especially given that my presumption, and it's a presumption, is that this is going to be one of the more stable and uncontroversial elections in the world this year, something that Fareed and I agree about, means that showing up in the middle of the election creates some excitement, but otherwise doesn't really matter all that much.
Interesting, because you're saying there is a certain level of predictability. Those in the opposition will say, hey, that's not quite the case. We've got a real election on our hands. But that aside, we'll know on the 4th of June. What's at stake internationally? When you talk to world leaders in global capitals, how are they seeing this Indian election and the India of the moment?
Well, as I said, and we can talk a lot about what India's strategy should be, but unlike China, which is a country that has grown incredibly over the last 50 years, but that rise on the international stage has increasingly been about itself, about ideologically redressing perceived grievances at the hands of colonial powers that did damage to it, repositioning itself to its rightful place historically, whether we talk about Taiwan or Hong Kong or the South China Sea or globally, but also a country that has an authoritarian political system and is becoming more so, and a country that has a state capitalist economic system and is arguably becoming more so. India's growth story is nowhere near as spectacular as China's, but it comes with a strategy and an ideology that is not anti-colonial. I mean, to the extent that Modi has enemies, they're mostly at home. They're mostly in India. They're not global. Modi is not only trying to position India as the leader of the global south, as a very effective Indian chairmanship of the G20 help display, but also, with the exception of Canada, which I think India has mishandled, but is also a comparatively small country, India is positioning itself as a bridge to the West, with stronger relations, more durable relations with Europe, with Japan, with the United States. All of those things are true at the same time. I think that is a value. I think it's very important for the rest of the world looking at India, not to be thinking about a country that is elbowing its way to control, to wrest the rules away from other countries, but rather a country that is trying to rise harmoniously and is defining itself increasingly on a global stage in concert with most other countries. I think that's very valuable. And I think that is a mark of stability for a country that is, in my view, likely to have the same leadership, give or take, for 15 years. That's a big deal. that you can't find that combination of things in any country that matters around the world today. You can't find it. And that's a good reason to be here. Good reason to be here right now, and it's a good reason to be here generally.
You said that there is a certain predictability about the election. I want to bring you into the big political debate here about the inevitability of India's rise. Those voices from the opposition say it doesn't really matter what happens in the elections. On the 4th of June, India will continue to rise. This is India's moment. And then there are those who say no, stability, leadership, Prime Minister Modi being at the helm is important because he's the one who's helping India grow faster. From your lens, internationally, how do you see this question?
I'm in between. You talk about China +1 in India. That's your term of art. In the United States and the Europeans, they talk about friendshoring, nearshoring. They talk about de-risking but not decoupling. But they all amount to a shift of investments that diversify from China as the world's engine of manufacturing, the world's factory, to lots of other countries, of which India is one of the most attractive stories. Not the most attractive story, but one of the most attractive stories. So that helps India. But if you want to lean into that, you need more predictability. You need more transparency. You need a more effective judicial system that can actually take cases and rule on them expeditiously. You need better infrastructure. You need to fix the metro system. You need more corporations to know the India story. And you need the global order not to break down. You need globalization not to fall apart. So some of that is India's leadership, absolutely. Some of that is the global environment. Neither of those imply inevitability of India's rise. I think India is well positioned, as Fareed said, but is very far from inevitable because there is enormous uncertainty and volatility in both the future of the global order and some uncertainty and volatility in the future of India domestically.
Ian, you said India is one of the most exciting stories globally, but not the most exciting story globally. So which one to you is the most exciting story globally? And for policymakers and others who are watching at this moment, what would you like to see the next government do, no matter who comes to power, to take India from being one of the most exciting stories to being the most exciting story?
I'm not sure that Superman could make India the most exciting story. There just aren't enough Westerners here. There's not enough success stories historically here. It's still a comparatively small economy. You're on track to be number 3 by 2028-ish. That's still very far from number 2 and number 1. You also have enormous challenges in the next 10 years on water. You have enormous challenges in the coming years on climate. It is hot out. It is going to get hotter. These are not things that are fixable if you are India. It's not your fault. It's just a reality. But, you know, you ask me who else is hot, in the United States, the leading trade partner with the U.S. today is, anyone? Mexico, right? And Mexico is also having an election on June 2nd, and it's very predictable, not guaranteed, just like India, but fairly predictable, and that AMLO's preferred outcome, just like Modi's preferred outcome here, is likely to win. You only get one term in Mexico, so it's Claudia Sheinbaum. But that transition comes to a woman who also has a climate science background and understands a few things about the 21st century economy, 2 things that do not describe AMLO. So Mexico is becoming more integrated as almost a huge 51st state with USMCA that has incredible benefits for continuing that supply chain and infrastructure. And then, of course, another big story is the US. The US is a very attractive market because the Americans are subsidizing it as industrial policy. and building semiconductors after forgetting about them for 20 years. The US is in a part of the world that is geopolitically stable. India is not. Think about your borders. You know, Myanmar is hard. Pakistan is hard. China is hard, right? I mean, the United States has Mexico and Canada. The only geopolitical challenge here is which Americans decided not to care about, and they shipped the people back, which is really sad and is not befitting American values historically, but is not a geopolitical instability. India has to spend a lot more on defense. Why? Look at your region. So, I mean, there are challenges with being India that don't go away no matter who you elect. I mean, that's an obvious reality.
Share your assessment of how the Indian government has handled foreign affairs over the last 10 years or last 5 years, and what are the challenges you foresee for India over the next one?
Well, look, I mean, I think that I look at Modi and Abe, the strongest Japanese prime minister in modern history. And this was a guy as prime minister that was willing to come and visit Modi when he was running Gujarat, which was out of protocol for the Japanese. How amazing. This was a guy that was saying, I am going to build this relationship with the Japanese who don't produce anything that's poor quality, don't produce anything cheap. How is that going to work? Modi found a way to make it work and to be trusted. And that built one of the strongest relations in the G20, which really matters. Well before the Americans really cottoned on to the India story. The Quad is, of course, a big piece of architecture that really helps to bring the Indians in strategically. And yes, India is buying an awful lot of oil from Russia, which is aligned with US policy. The Americans are unprepared to pay a lot for Ukraine, and as a consequence, they're not prepared to try to shut down Russian oil export because they don't want $120 oil. They don't want a global recession. But India is also working much more closely with the Americans on issues of national security, on issues of defense, both in partnership in military exercises, but also in production. Those are valuable things that have happened under Modi. So I do believe that there has been a strong effort to build out more stable, more strategic relations with most of the advanced industrial democracies. At the same time, Modi and India and their success and their willingness to have a more global face, to have a more global strategy, whether at the COP summits or the G20 or in the BRICS or at Davos, all of that has been inspirational to developing countries that don't have that capacity and don't necessarily trust putting all their eggs in a China basket, especially because China's really big, but China wants a lot of political leverage with their economic influence. Most countries in the world, like India, do not want to choose between the United States and China. This is where I have the greatest disagreement with some of what
Fareed Zakaria argued, and you heard him saying very strongly that he believed India would grow faster if it attached itself to the US bandwagon. Most people sitting here, those watching you, would say, no, we like the sweet spot that India is in, where it is very good friends with the United States, and we build on that deep and abiding partnership. But we also want to keep a door open with Russia. We would like for tensions to come down with China. Even if that doesn't happen, we don't want to be on one country's wagon. How do you see this?
Well, I mean, you're not in Belt and Road, so you clearly don't really want, you're in the Quad, but not in Belt and Road. That's like being a little bit pregnant, right? So, I mean, the idea of Indian neutrality is a myth. But you like being a little bit pregnant. I can see this is working in this conversation because, you know, that's a whole gender identity question. But when I think about where India is going long term, my difference with Fareed is saying bet more strongly with the United States and allies when it really matters strategically, and don't when it's going to get you in trouble with other countries that matter to you. right? So when I think about the future of globalization, India needs globalization. The United States is betting much more heavily on industrial policy. You just heard from Fareed, if Trump wins, internationally, he thinks the US is going to be more isolationist. Why would India want to bet heavily on that? That's dangerous to India. I think the future of the global economy will have AI that is dominated by the Americans, and therefore India should bet on it. And we'll have an energy transition that is dominated by the Chinese, and therefore India should bet on that. That's what the Europeans are going to do. The Americans put 100% tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. And privately, the White House will say should have been 300%, should have been 400%. Why? I mean, is it because the Americans think that's the best way to ensure a green future? No, has nothing to do with green. Has everything to do with elections, protecting labor and automotive, and making China less competitive. The Europeans are likely to put more tariffs on Chinese EVs, 20, 25, 30%. Why not 100? I mean, wouldn't Fareed say 100? No. And they're not doing that because the Europeans recognize that they don't want their people to drive expensive, poorly made EVs. Now, if the United States decides that everyone in America has to drive a poorly made, expensive EV, there are enough Teslas for everybody, right? They can do that. But the rest of the world is going to drive Chinese. It's eventually going to happen. And not only that, but the battery technology and, wind and solar and nuclear, China's increasingly driving that. But the Americans are driving AI. You heard from Fareed, the top technology companies, the most innovative, the large language models. But the Chinese are not effective in large language models. Why not? Because they don't want their population to hallucinate on the back of Western technology. So if the Chinese decide that their people are not going to have access to the most incredible new technology that is creating productivity and efficiency and reducing waste, bet on with American platforms for the best possible AI in the world. So my view is that globalization is not over. A Cold War is not inevitable. The global economy is not decoupling. And as long as that remains true, China, India should not be making permanent structural bets that cut off options. That would be a problem for India, in my view. I think Fareed and I are probably 80% aligned on this. But I think the remaining 20% is important.
You're saying on things like nuclear, solar, wind, EVs, India should work with China as closely as possible. But that's a real problem here, because in areas like Depsang, Demchok, along the line of actual control, we have not eyeball to eyeball, but we have a face-to-face confrontation between the Indian army and the PLA. How do you see the India-China equation play out? You also speak to people in mainland China. What do you think their reading of India is at the moment, and where do you see this equation go?
Look, right now the Chinese economy is not doing well, and China geopolitically in Asia is not succeeding. And that's not just an India problem. It's a Japan-South Korea problem in the Northeast. It's a Vietnam-Philippine problem in the Southeast. I mean, what are the countries that are getting more close to China in this part of the world? Tibet, right? Nepal, not Tibet, to Nepal, Maldives, right? I mean, those are the elections that have actually gone in China's favor. Those are not big strategically important countries. So I think that China facing economic challenges and China facing geopolitical tensions in this region wants to avoid confrontation when it can. And that creates more of a window for Prime Minister Modi and whoever succeeds him to stabilize the relationship more.
That's not held up at India's end. That's largely held up at China's end, which at this moment doesn't seem willing, despite all the cross-border talks, to find a solution to the border confrontation. Why do you think that's the case? Because as Indians look at the situation, they wonder, how does China gain from prolonging this confrontation?
Yeah, well, again, there clearly has been some willingness to talk about pulling some troops back, some willingness to talk about increasing, air travel between the two countries. I think that this is the time to lean into this. There are a lot of CEOs around the world that see that the Chinese charm offensive is because they're not in a great position. So you lean into it. The Australian government, you've seen head of state visit. Now we're going to have premier visits. Why? Because Australia likes and trusts China? No. Australia's in AUKUS. Australia's in the Quad. But they're leaning into that because they see that China is likely to offer them more in this environment. Why is Biden spending the time in the Woodside Summit? Why has he asked Jake Sullivan to over-communicate with China? Why are they working on fentanyl? Why are they working on climate together? Why are they trying to keep Taiwan well communicated over and stable, and even coordinating with the Japanese and others? Because they see that China is not in the best position and can actually stabilize some long-term issues that otherwise would be problematic in a world that's very unstable. So again, if I were advising Modi at this point, I think this is a meaningful time, a meaningful opportunity to do the kinds of things that many others in the world are trying to do.
The biggest political risk globally at this moment is the election in the United States. What's your reading? All the data trackers that we're seeing here seem to suggest that Donald Trump has a slender edge over Joe Biden. Does it seem to you probabilistically that Trump's coming back?
Yeah, but my level of confidence is near zero. I mean, first of all, the elections are 5 months away. I could tell you what's going to happen in Russian elections in 5 months, right? The United States is still a democracy. I mean, it's not a very well-run democracy. It's not a very representative democracy, but it is still a democracy. So I don't know. These men are very old. We have no idea if they're both going to be alive in 5 months, right? I mean, that's still an open question. First applause line for the crowd here. Very interesting. The Indians are clearly rooting for something major to happen in the United States. I'll tell you, we don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is that this election matters a lot. And it matters a lot for the future of U.S. democracy. And it matters a lot for foreign policy in an environment where there are major wars going on, major tensions going on. The future of the United States is far more uncertain on the back of this election than at any point in your lifetimes.
Is that because your heart is speaking over your mind? Because if you look dispassionately just at the polling data and the average poll of polls of all data, statistically it seems Donald Trump has the edge, which would suggest that he should win.
Yeah, 60-40. But it's 5 months away. I would say right now, 60. If the election were today, Trump probably wins. The election is in 5 months. That's an incredibly long time for an election that has two incredibly unpopular men that are running. I just, no, it's not my heart at all. I think at the beginning of this year, I said I believed that Ukraine would be partitioned. I don't want Ukraine to be partitioned. My heart thinks that's wrong. It's immoral. It's horrible for the future of the world and rule of law and NATO and all of these things, but it's still going to happen. I mean, things that I don't like happen all the time, especially in geopolitics. But this election is too early to meaningfully predict. It is not too early to meaningfully talk about the implications.
So let's do that. What does Trump 2.0 at the White House look like for the US and particularly from India's lens? What does it mean for India?
So let's start globally. If Trump wins the election, Trump acts like the guy at a poker table who is very unpredictable, but has the biggest stack of chips. And therefore, you usually fold, even if what he's doing seems stupid. You just don't want to lose all your chips on that one hand. And so, you know, when Trump goes over and says, Mexico, if you don't improve the border situation, I'm going to tariff you until your economy is destroyed. the Mexican government, and I don't care if they like them or not, they say, okay, they fold, right? And so I do think that the border situation was more stable under Trump than under Biden for that reason. And if Trump wins again, the border situation with Mexico will be more stable again. And I think Americans have an accurate read of that issue. Now, Trump on China. We're talking about 60% across the board tariffs. That's pretty meaningful. What's the reaction of China going to be? It could be, oh my God, I'm weaker now. I can't afford this. I need to give this guy a win. I need to sit down and he's going to look like a genius, but I need to find a way to stabilize this. They might do that. Or China might say, they're trying to contain me. No matter who's in charge, the future is thus. Trump is hated by a lot of American allies. I need to hit the Americans back hard. And this is my opportunity to work with some of the Asian allies that don't trust Trump and the Europeans that don't trust Trump. Could go either way. Do you feel lucky? Do you feel lucky? Right? Middle East. I mean, Trump was the guy that did the Abraham Accords. Trump was the guy that went to Saudi Arabia on his first trip. Trump was also the guy that pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal. Trump was also the guy that ordered the assassination of the head of the Iranian military. So Trump comes in much more likely to tell the Israelis, this is the deal. And you accept the Saudi normalization, or that's it. I'm cutting you off. More likely. Also much more likely to get into a major war with Iran that leads to massive crisis in the region. Do you feel lucky? Trump on Russia, Ukraine. Trump is the guy that is going to tell Zelensky, remember, he said he's going to end the war in one day, which is a long time, one day, right? Trump's the guy that said, I become president, I'm going to call Zelensky, tell him you accept present border, ceasefire, or I cut you off. He also calls Putin, and he says, you accept present border, ceasefire, or I really tariff you. Including oil, including SWIFT, including your central bank. By the way, India's not going to like that, right? Is that going to work? Could that end the war? Could end the war. Could stabilize things. Could also create an existential crisis for NATO and a massive cost for globalization, drive the world into a global recession. So you have to recognize that when Trump was president last time, he did a lot of this stuff. But the world was much more stable. So the likelihood of major damage under Trump was low. He said, well, I didn't cause any wars, any new wars, right? This time around, Trump becomes president. He starts with 2 wars. Do you trust him with 2 wars? How about maybe 3, right? That's an open question. So that's the international answer. India should be in a good position relationally with either Biden or Trump. Shouldn't matter much. But Trump is more dangerous for India as a country that needs global stability. You want to continue to grow? You want to continue to hedge? You want to continue to bet incrementally on the US more than China? You don't want Trump. Trump is more dangerous for you. That's a reality. By the way, same thing is true for China. China wants stability. You don't want Trump. You know who wants Trump? Countries that benefit from chaos, right? Russia benefits from chaos. North Korea benefits from chaos. Those are countries that want Trump more. That should give India some pause. Should make India worry, the people that are betting them. Now, domestically, you read the media in the United States, they make you think if Trump wins, it's all over. He's going to have crazy idiots around him. Not true. Trump controls the Republican Party. Not Mitt Romney, not Liz Cheney, but pretty much every other Republican supports Trump, wants to be his vice president, wants to be in his cabinet. So his top cabinet officials will be adults, they will be intelligent, they will be reasonably stable.
Is it true that Trump is running a smarter campaign than he did last time?
Yes.
He just seems more in control.
Yes,
What's changed from the last time?
More disciplined. More disciplined.
How come?
Well, I mean, first of all, when he first ran for president, he was a D-lister and he could only attract idiots that couldn't get a job with anyone else. He had Paul Manafort, who deserved to go to jail and went to jail, right? And he offered to be Trump's electoral advisor for free, right?
if they're offering you to do it for free, you're probably not any good, right? So this is a different story, more mature organization around him. But the danger for Trump this time domestically, last time, Trump wasn't trying to defend himself when he was president. This time, 91 indictments. This time, Trump believes, or at least he's trying to convince himself, that there are enemies, political enemies, that are trying to put him in jail. Not inappropriately. And so Trump will, as a matter of top priority, Trump will look to appoint loyalists in the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the IRS, not only to end any challenges for Trump and his friends, but also to go after his enemies. And that will permanently erode rule of law in the United States. Doesn't make the U.S. a dictatorship, doesn't mean civil war, but it does mean that if Trump wins, and he does that in a future U.S. election, the likelihood that the incumbents will win is no longer 50-50. 60-40, 70-30, 80-20. In other words, there will be a structural advantage for the government that controls the judges and the agents and the special agents and the IRS. That's a problem. The media, Truth Social is not worth anything right now. If Trump becomes president, it's worth a lot, and he'll still control it. That's a problem, right? That's not democracy. So what you will see if Trump wins is that, look, you've got the United States that back in 1991 was considered an ideal of democracy. And then you've got a country like Russia or the Soviet Union that was an illegitimate dictatorship. Now, over the last 30 years, the United States, there's a lot of space between here and here, but the United States has slowly but steadily moved towards the middle. And if Trump wins, it's going to move more to the middle. And what's in the middle? Turkey, Hungary, Poland. I mean, these are countries that you don't worry about much because they're not that powerful, but they are not representative democracies. They're hybrid systems that are in between. The United States could become in between, but be the most powerful country with the most powerful military, with the world's reserve currency, with the most powerful new technology companies, but not be a full democracy. That's a very serious problem. And I don't think you can have a conversation in India about the future of India's strategy without at least thinking about that. Thinking about the fact that America is not in, Fareed said America's not in decline, but it is in decline politically. I mean, when I finished my PhD, when Fareed and I were doing our graduate degrees, everyone in the world looked to the United States as an example of a political system that they would respect. Today, you want your kids to be educated in American universities. You want to have some real estate in the United States. You want some investments in U.S. companies. Nobody around the world, nobody looks at the United States and says, I wish my political system could run like that. Literally no one in 35 years. Now, I don't think it is appropriate to have a conversation about the future of the United States and ignore that fact. I think that fact is important. It hurts me. That fact hurts Fareed. We care a lot about this, but we can't ignore it. We can't ignore it.
Does Joe Biden face a dilemma like Manmohan Singh did? Because our former prime minister said, history will judge me more kindly than the present. The American economy at this moment is doing better than it has in a long time. And Biden can legitimately claim that things are better now than they were during the Trump presidency. Why, according to you, did he not just step away? Why didn't the Democrats have enough institutional power to get the president to step down, which before he became president would probably be something that Biden should do?
It's not clear that stepping down would have meant that the Democrats would have a better shot. A few issues here. Number one, Kamala Harris is the vice president. No one thinks that she would be more likely to win against Trump than Joe Biden. Biden is committed to her, would have had to find a way to shunt her aside. The first Black Indian female vice president. Not easy to do. Could have turned off a lot of voters doing that. Secondly, let's assume he does that. Let's assume he does that successfully. Big assumptions. Who's going to replace Biden? Don't know. I mean, there were a lot of good people out there. I look at Gavin Newsom. I look at Gina Raimondo. I look at Gretchen Whitmer. But is that the person that's going to win the election, the nomination? I mean, Biden is the president. Being president has a level of incumbency advantage. Not being president is weaker. So I agree that Biden is too old to run. He will not be able to effectively run the country for 4 full years. I agree with that. But it's not clear to me that the right strategic decision at any point was for him to step down, given what would have had to happen to create a stable transition. Not clear to me.
One of the big concerns in India is whether China will make a go for the Taiwan Straits, right? Now, how does that change if Donald Trump actually wins the election later this year? Does that make China more likely to try and scramble for Taiwan, or does that make China more wary about the US's reaction? And how does that impact India?
It would be more the latter. I'm more concerned about the uncertainty of the U.S. reaction, but the likelihood of China invading Taiwan in the near to medium term is close to zero. It's close to zero. For the reasons I suggested, this would be a massive risk for the Chinese economically, militarily, and therefore politically. TSMC still matters a lot to China. They invade Taiwan, TSMC is gone, it's toast, right? So how's China going to have semiconductors? They're going to have to rely on their own. The reaction of the international community to a Chinese invasion would be like the reaction of the international community to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Well, how has Russia done economically since the invasion of Ukraine? Not so well, except Russia's a gas station. The future of Russia's economy comes from the fact that you need the stuff they pull out of the ground. They've had 1 million talented young men flee the country and give their human capital to Georgia and the UAE and other countries. But China, they're not a gas station. They're not about resources you pull out of the ground. They need stability. They need access to international markets. This would be a freaking disaster for China. So they're not about to do it. And so I don't think it matters. I think there are a lot of things that China can do that incrementally over time improve their leverage diplomatically, economically, and militarily over Taiwan, slowly, without risking the entire stability of the future of the China experiment. But invasion is not there.
The biggest concern at this moment in the Middle East is after the crash of the Iranian helicopters with the Iranian president on board. How does that change the dynamics in the Middle East? How do you see succession in Iran, and what could be the potential impact on the conflict between Israel and the Hamas?
I don't believe that it's the biggest challenge in the Middle East. I don't think it matters much, actually. The Iranian supreme leader runs the country, as you know. The president was deeply unpopular. He will be, because he was so repressive, he was so hardline, he personally ordered the execution of thousands of political prisoners. He will be replaced with someone equally loyal to the supreme leader, to the IRGC, and to the Basij. He will probably be equally unpopular. And in 50 days, when they have the election, not many people will vote because he's not seen to be legitimate. The election is not. But ultimately, India's repressiveness, the theocracy's control of the country, of the economy, means that this is a fairly stable environment, that the instability in the Middle East comes from the nature of what the Israeli people want with the Palestinians and what the Palestinian people want with the Israelis. They don't recognize each other's right to exist at this point, and that is a very serious problem. This war is not going to end. This war is increasingly escalating, and it needs to be contained. That's the challenge that the Americans are wrestling with, largely unsuccessfully.
What are you telling your clients at this moment? Does it just continue in this fashion, or does this escalate from here? What's your reading?
First of all, I do think that the Israelis go into Rafah to a greater degree, and that leads to more civilians getting killed. I think that the proxy war from Iranian proxies in the region, Red Sea and more and beyond, is going to continue to grow. the Israelis have about 100,000 people that have been evacuated from the north because of Hezbollah engaging in strikes there. Think about the Israeli population. For the United States, that would be like 4 million Americans evacuated after 9/11. The state of Connecticut, the state of Louisiana, that would be the #1 news issue for the Americans every day. The Israelis either have to have peace with Hezbollah, which is not going to happen with the war going on, or they need to fight against Hezbollah to push them back from the border to get those Israelis back. I think the latter is a big risk. So as I look forward over the coming months, I see the war getting worse. I also worry that you have radicalized lots of people. The Palestinians have become more radicalized against the Jews. The Jews have been more radicalized against the Palestinian, the whole population. And that means over time, support for more radical governments, willingness to be lone wolf extremists and terrorists that we're going to see much more of going forward.
But don't you think that the globalization in India has now irreversible process, irrespective of whichever government in whichever form comes in India after the election? So does it even matter anymore? Number one. Number two, during the last US elections, what we saw is that our Prime Minister had visited US before the campaign started. And while speaking to the Indian Americans, he had said, "Ab ki baar Trump sarkar." You know, this time there should be a Trump government in US. How do you look at that when now again we will be seeing Trump versus Biden in US?
Look, I think that Modi personally has done well with Biden, and Modi personally has done well with Trump. And it's certainly possible that Modi individually feels a greater sense of kinship for Trump, who was there with the Howdy Modi event and 100,000 people and everybody going wild. And they do both have more of a populist streak. And Biden is a more traditional political figure. So I get that. But I just go back to my point that the level of uncertainty on the global stage does not support India, irrespective of Modi's personal predilections. Now, the first question you had was about...
I asked about whether the outcome of the Indian elections, does it even matter from the perspective of whether the uncertainty of globalization process, because it's already there and it is kind of irreversible. We have seen many governments coming and going, but the process is still on.
I certainly think that globalization has made significant strides in India. Infrastructure has improved, literacy has improved, the bureaucracy has become more streamlined. It's easier to get benefits to people. I mean, all of those things are very positive. The VAT system. I mean, there are a lot of things now about India that makes it a country that's easier to do business in and more attractive. As I said, this global environment is hard. It is volatile. It is dangerous. India today is the 5th largest economy. There is massive inequality in India. That is a challenge for India. There are a lot of people in India that are going to face enormous problems. You've got a small number of very wealthy Indians. You've got a large number of Indians that are living at sub-Saharan African life quality and standards. And I don't know how India responds to running water when that happens. I don't know how India responds. And I don't know how many of you read Kim Stanley Robinson's Ministry of the Future, very important book, about what happens in the world when we don't address climate change adequately. India is ground zero for that. A lot of people are going to get displaced. A lot of people are going to die. And that's not really fair, because the West are the ones that industrialized and put out, right? And per capita, okay, China may be more than Europe right now, and overall they're more. But historically, which is what matters, historically is what got us to 1.2 degrees, it's the West. But the West is not willing to pay for loss and damages for India. They're just not. That's not fair, but it's reality. So look, if the world had global government and the world had alignment for 8 billion citizens and treated them equally, I would feel very optimistic about the future of India. But it doesn't. And as a consequence, you've got 1.5 billion people that want to become middle class at a time when the world is not aligned towards that happening. That's a very serious problem. So I don't think it's good to talk about the inevitability of India's anything. This is a time when you've got to work harder. This is a time when every gain that you get is going to be harder fought. It's going to be more challenged. It's going to be much tougher. And young people are going to get angry about that. So we need to recognize that we're in the first quarter here. We're not in the fourth quarter. We're not in the, it may feel like the first quarter. It's the first quarter. It can be the fourth quarter for the Americans who are already rich and can screw up a lot. You know, you heard Fareed say American political institutions are strong. He's right. They're strong. You don't have to worry about civil war because there's so many ways that you can screw up. We had January 6th in the United States. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. And that night, a majority of Republicans in the United States, in the House, voted not to certify the election for personal selfishness because they focused on their job and their party before their nation. And they could afford to do that because America is rich and stable and strong and resilient. Don't think India can afford to do that. You can't. You can't. The Americans can do stupid for decades. Winston Churchill said the Americans do everything else before they do the right thing. You can't get away with that, India. So let's not pretend.
Okay. Anand Goenka is the vice chair of the RPG Group, one of our large business conglomerates. Can we have a mic sent across to him, please, Anand?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Ian, for your deep insights. How do you see AI influencing politics and nations and elections in the longer term?
One of the most interesting things about the world today, I've been a political scientist for 30 years. And over the course of my studies, I always believed that democracies and open political systems were more stable than dictatorships and closed political systems. I also believed that well-regulated, competitive free markets would bring more growth and success economically than monopoly systems, state capitalist systems. I think that AI in the next 5 years challenges both of those assumptions. It is now possible that closed political systems will become more stable than open political systems as we look at the future of AI. It's possible as we have surveillance systems and data and human beings intermediated algorithmically for good and for bad. It is also possible that as AI has the ability to consolidate data and create greater efficiency and productivity and reduce waste, that monopoly systems economically, either in the private sector or in the public sector, could be more efficient than competitive, smaller, creative destruction in the free marketplace. I am not yet willing to flip my bet, but I know that I'm uncertain because of the future of AI. That is another reason that if you are India, you would be unwise to make irreversible bets at this level of uncertainty around the future of what kind of economic and political systems will be dominant in the coming global order. I think this is a hugely important point that is underappreciated by people that have studied the Westphalian system, because we're not sure how durable the Westphalian system is.
We'll take some questions from the students from Galgotia University. This gentleman has his hand up. Yeah, go on.
A very pleasant evening, sir. I'm Devansh, law student from Galgotia University. So carrying on to what you said, sir, that Ukraine might get split this year. So as far as I know, this was one of the problems that you mentioned in top 10 problems for the world to face in this year. Now, since we're in the midway of this year, sir, and we have seen multiple things that have changed, is there any change that you think might happen, and what would be its effect on India diplomatically in its global relation with the West and with the Russia as well?
Yeah, I mean, so far the last 6 months have gone about as we expected in our top risk piece. Ukraine's counteroffensive had not gone well. They are now losing momentum because the Americans did it for 6 months in the decision to provide ammunition that the Ukrainians needed. Also because the Ukrainians are running short of manpower and mobilization, especially trained soldiers, and because there just isn't enough air defense to allow the Ukrainians to ensure that they can keep the Russians from destroying their cities. This is why the Ukrainians are getting more desperate. It's why they're hitting targets inside Russia. It's why they're calling for boots on the ground from NATO. I do think going forward that the outcome for Ukraine is looking worse and worse. And it's possible that the Russians might be able to win the war in Ukraine. But this doesn't mean that Russia is going to be stronger globally. NATO will be stronger. The good news, and it's not good news for Ukrainians, but the good news is that finally, watching the Ukrainians start to lose and watching the United States lose interest in Ukraine has gotten the Europeans to take this much more seriously. It's gotten the Europeans to talk about a NATO pillar and spend not 2% of their defense GDP, but maybe 3% or more, which they wouldn't have done 6 months ago or 12 months ago. It looks at the Europeans just yesterday announcing that they will use the frozen assets of the Russians, will use the interest to start rebuilding Ukraine and supporting them militarily. 3 months ago, Europe wasn't going to do that. What's changed? Well, what's changed is that the situation for Ukraine is urgent. My last book was called The Power of Crisis. And I said sometimes you need a crisis that is big enough that it forces you to take conflict seriously. Invaded Georgia in 2008. Nobody cared. Invaded Ukraine in 2014. Not enough people cared. They invaded Ukraine in 2022. What was the response? The response was NATO called the Ukrainians and said, we'll send you a plane, we'll get you out, just like they did with Afghanistan. And if the Ukrainian leader had done what NATO expected, he would have gotten out, Ukraine would have fallen. So the revealed preference is that the crisis wasn't big enough for NATO to take itself seriously. The crisis is now big enough for NATO to take itself seriously. And if the Europeans put that money in, even if Trump is president, he's going to say, look at the Europeans. Now they're spending more. You know why? Because of me. He takes a victory lap. He's the guy that saved NATO. And you know what Macron says? Thank you, Mr. Trump. Right? That's what they say. Why? Because he's got the big stack at the poker table. They don't like him, but they're not stupid. Right? And so there is a level of that playing out.
The last 1 hour, and I'm sure all of you sitting here will agree, has been an absolute masterclass on geopolitics, and we are very delighted that you could take out time and join us here. And I hope that you keep coming back and taking out more and more time to be with us at events like these. Thank you very much.
Such a pleasure, man. It's great to see you.
Absolute pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. Can we have a very warm round of applause for Ian Bremmer for really lighting up this evening with his insights. Thank you very much, Mr. Bremmer. Thank you.
Ian, just a quick minute. Can I please request, thank you, Raul, just very quickly, if we could please request Dhruv Galgotia, Vice Chancellor and CEO Galgotia's University, to please come on stage. Ian, can we have you back on stage, please, to express a token of our appreciation for that stellar session. A huge round of applause, please. All right, I request everyone to be seated. The only time you're allowed to stand is for a standing ovation, and I'm guessing that's going to be for our next session, which is a truly exciting one. Now, I know everyone is super thrilled because the stage is set. The next session is titled Reporter's Diary and Data Insights, Crystal Balling, June 4th. The big date. I'd like to invite on stage my colleague Rajdeep Sardesai to introduce what's up in the next few minutes. A huge round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 2 weeks from now, getting chai. Is Sanjay here? Ladies and gentlemen, in 2 weeks from now, we will have some idea of who is going to form the next government in the country. All eyes, therefore, will be on pollsters, starting with the exit poll on the 1st of June. To give you a teaser as to what to expect on the 4th of June and possibly beyond that, I'm joined by two very special guests. Please welcome ace pollster Pradeep Gupta of Axis My India. Join us on the stage, please, Pradeep. And Sanjay Gupta of Lok Niti CSDS. Pradeep Gupta, please join us. Where is he? Oh, yeah. Oh, I mistook the other purple guy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what we hope will be a teaser to what lies ahead in the next fortnight, an exit poll on the 1st of June, and then the results on the 4th of June in the world's largest democracy. And there's plenty of excitement, particularly here in Mumbai, where the markets will certainly be looking very closely at what happens on the 4th of June, as indeed will the rest of the country. So Rahul and I are very proud and privileged to welcome two very special individuals who know a thing or two about numbers. Please welcome Sanjay Kumar of Lok Niti CSDS. They are a premier political research agency, have been doing elections for more than a couple of decades. And my friend Pradeep Gupta of Axis My India, a pollster who has a track record of usually getting it right, and therefore his every word will be looked at very closely in the next couple of weeks. Thank you both very much, Pradeep and Sanjay, for joining us. I'm going to start, Rahul, by putting to both of them 4 scenarios. And you tell me which is most likely and least likely. You don't have to give me numbers because I know that's against the EC's rules. Suppose I were to tell you BJP crossing with its allies 400, BJP with its allies 370, BJP with its allies 300, BJP with its allies 272, and the BJP itself at 250. 250, 272, 300, 370, 400. Which is the most likely, which is the least likely scenario on the 4th of June? Who wants to start?
No, I think, in my opinion, the scenario is very clear in my mind. It's BJP along with the allies. It is close to 300. I don't see BJP with allies anywhere close to 370 or 400 is a remote possibility.
But BJP with its BJP on its own, will BJP on its own be over 272?
But that's not the question which you asked. You gave me these 4 scenarios. I picked up the one.
Okay, so the one you picked up is 300. In that 300, is the BJP over 272 or below 272?
I would say BJP over 272, but not by a very large margin. It's just slightly above 272.
Okay. Pradeep Gupta.
So, Rajdeep, with due respect to you, I have 3 scenario too. One is that for me, the food is half cooked at this point of time for us. Second, we are, as a polling agency, we are restricted to say or believe or reveal or release any kind of number whatsoever. And the third one is the most important one. More than often, you have been proven pollster like us wrong, meaning you have a better understanding of political scenario in India than us for sure. I'm coming to that. And most importantly, at this point of time, you have traveled across the country. So let me try and do exit poll from you.
No, I can't do it. I'm not allowed. I can't throw a number. You're paid for this, yeah.
No.
If India Today tells me, Rajdeep, we are paying you today. If you get the number right, you're getting an extra bonus. I'll throw a number. If I need a Kalipuri, is that? No, we are in Mumbai. So, in Mumbai, some of us can call the shots. So we're saying if we get it right, bonus. If we don't get it right, business as usual. No, but okay, let me, Rahul, just throw another set of numbers and then Pradeep is playing extremely safe. So the other angle is the Congress, the four scenarios. The Congress gets 100 seats plus. The Congress gets 75 seats plus. The Congress is around 50. The Congress is below 50. Which is the most likely scenario, Sanjay Kumar?
So now Pradeep first.
No, as I mentioned that, it's not fair or rather legitimate on my part to say or agree to any kind of number you are throwing on to me.
Is it more competitive than 2019?
It is, any election for that matter, always very competitive, very exciting. And the reason I'll say, and now now you will say, Pradeep, aap gol gol ghuma rahe ho. Rahul will say that.
बोर कर रहे हो गुप्ता जी, म्यूजिक चलाते डांस कराते हैं आपको, है ऐसे कुछ बता नहीं रहे हो आप.
मैं बताता हूँ आपको कि अभी जो
आपने अभी इयन ब्रेमर को नहीं सुना.
Do you say more competitive? And let's be serious. Forget numbers for a moment.
Yeah, it is more competitive.
It is much more competitive than 2019.
And forget the 19, it is more competitive.
Okay.
No, because 19 has some numbers, so I don't want to get anywhere near to closer to any number.
You won't get a call from the Prime Minister's office. Don't worry.
That doesn't matter. If I say he's winning, what's the problem? So I'm not worried about any kind of call. I have to stick to my business and profession.
Okay.
And my profession doesn't allow to serve half-cooked food. You will not like it. And I'll tell you why. In Chhattisgarh, you only told me, Pradeep, you got wrong very badly. I said yes. And everybody got wrong Chhattisgarh very badly. Despite of that, there was a 46 number for BJP I have shown. And 50 number of seats for Congress I have shown. Meaning 46 for BJP, meaning there is also Congress 40 numbers. There was one scenario, meaning we have shown that BJP may form the government.
You had alternate scenarios.
And you said just the 4 seats here and there, and everybody said, Pradeep, you are wrong.
Yeah, that's a state assembly election. But Sanjay, you want to give me the most likely scenario?
No, I would go back to the second question which you asked, that do I see this election more competitive compared to 2019, both with regard to BJP, both with regard to Congress? I think, yes, it is definitely a more competitive election. And since I have expressed my view about what is the likely scenario for NDA as I see now, in all probability, Congress is improving its tally compared to what Congress tally was in 2019. Where does it stop? Do I see Congress getting figures in 3 digits? No, I don't see that happening. So, as I said, real numbers, very difficult to figure out. But yes, my own sense is that Congress is on upward slide and BJP is slightly on the decline.
Sanjay is being far more candid than Pradeep is.
गुप्ता जी तभी बताते हैं जब म्यूजिक चलता है और डांस करते हैं, वरना वो बताते नहीं है. He only wants to dance. He's been practicing his dance moves. But since Rajdeep spoke so much of money being spent and poll being conducted, so much money is being spent on Rajdeep traveling as well. So Rajdeep, आप ही बताइए, तो आपके घर के पास में audience, सब they're all your friends and well-wishers.
I'm telling you from bottom of my heart, he has been right most of the time since I got associated with him. I'm telling you, in 2016, That was the first time when we got associated with India Today Group. And 5 states was there: Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala. He told me, Pradeep, I have a doubt on your one number. Your 4 states seems to be bang on. And that is Tamil Nadu. You want to revise it? I said, Rajdeep, we have tried enough. Let's go with this. He said, no, it can be reversed. And which was the case.
आप अपना मार्केट खराब कर रहे हैं राजदीप जी की बड़ाई करके.
He is giving me a post-retirement option, but Rahul, to answer your question, there are 3 things that I think are. I think this is the election which will be decided by the woman voter. There is no vote bank in this country today as important as the woman voter. And the problem is when television anchors or newscasts, they interview more men than women because the men come forward. The women are in the background. If you meet the silent woman, you get to know what's happening in an election. I remember last year in Karnataka, there was this woman sitting at the side of the temple quietly. And I just went up to her and then, it was in Kannada, but eventually she said, price of kerosene, too high. And I will not vote for this government. I want this government out. And you sensed in that woman exactly, because she didn't come to the camera. The men come to the camera. The women, you have to go and talk to them. So I think the woman voter will decide, particularly in North and Central India. And I think, Rahul, somewhere this time the young voter is, I haven't seen so many young voters in rural India talk the narratives they are. They are watching social media and reels night and day. And they have very, very strong opinions. So I think these two, what I call the new MY, Mahila and Yuva. Previously, MY was Muslim Yadav. Now in Northern India, it's Mahila and Yuva. And they are deciding much more than people sitting in halls like this who will attend our shows but won't go and vote.
But when
I look at Mumbai's voting, I mean, they're 50% in South Mumbai. It's terrible. I mean, you think about it also, but the bigger picture, Rahul,
how many people here voted?
Oh, that's
this
great.
Is more than 50%. But they also come to an election conclave, right? So obviously, the others are sitting on some pub and having a nice evening. So there's also a difference to that. Yes.
But Rahul, I think what is happening is, look, the one common factor from north to south, east to west is Prime Minister Modi. I mean, this election is, do you want Mr. Modi to be in power for another 5 years or you don't want him? I think he is a unifying factor in that sense. But I am seeing state by state narratives, Rahul, which suggests it's a normal election. You come to Maharashtra, you hear of water scarcity. Sahil Joshi and I went 50 kilometers away from Pune. Women are walking 5 kilometers for a bucket of water. That's the reality of this country. You go to UP, paper leaks. Every student will come and say, "Ye kaisi sarkar hai jo paper leak karwati hai aur paper leaks can't be stopped." You go to some other corner of the country in Tamil Nadu, the issues are again very different, Rahul. So I think issues are changing from region to region, rural, urban. I'm playing as safe as Pradeep, as you can see. But the one statistic, Rahul, that I point out, one is the BJP won, Rahul, 224 seats by 50% vote share and more. You're going to need a huge swing away from the BJP for the BJP to be defeated in this election. So, I mean, I can't see a scenario at the moment where the BJP doesn't form a government, whether it's in coalition or whether it's past 272. And number 2, Rahul, in the last 2 elections, in direct fights between Congress and BJP, 90% of the seats have been won by the BJP. So unless the opposition has offered a better alternative, I'm not so sure that the opposition is in a position at the moment to win India. They may win parts of India, but I don't think they can at the moment win nationally in every state, in the key states. I think there are 2 key states at the moment, Maharashtra, where we are now, and Uttar Pradesh. These 2 states, something is churning in Uttar Pradesh. I haven't seen Uttar Pradesh in a long time churning in the manner it is. Will it be enough only to change vote share, or could it change seat share? And Maharashtra, I am delighted to see Maharashtra as competitive as it is. It's good that this has become the state where finally people are talking politics. So I've played very safe. My own sense is we'll be finished this result will be over by 12 noon on 4th, whichever way. We won't have to wait too long. It'll be over in 3 hours.
Before that, on 1st June on the same very platform, India Today Group television channels and other media houses, you will get to see Access My India, India Today numbers, and I'm sure we will try and get result before result.
Gupta ji can teach marketing to Shah Rukh Khan at this
So
rate,
I'm
boss.
not playing safe, but मुझे पाबंदी लगाई हुई है ECI ने, so I cannot deviate from that.
You know, what we want to do is make this session as interactive as possible. So feel free to jump in and ask questions. I'll start with Sahil Joshi. Sahil, go on.
So first of all, I want to talk about, I mean, everyone talks about women voters. And जब भी women voters की बात की जाती है, तब वो कहते हैं कि भाई लाभार्थी योजनाएं उनको दी है. It's give and take. आपने वो लाभार्थी योजना दी है, इसके लिए उनका वोट मिल रहा है. दूसरी तरफ आपके एग्जिट पोल में ये हमेशा दिखता है कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत बड़ा इशू है. आप युवाओं से बात करते हैं तो वो बोलते हैं कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की समस्या हमारे पास है. तो ऐसी कौन सी महिला होगी कि जिसको अपने बच्चे को नौकरी नहीं मिल रही है, वो उसके लिए बड़ा इशू नहीं होगा. 10 साल से आप एक ही स्कीम वहां पर चला रहे हो, क्या उसी पर वो खुश है? क्या उसको लेकर कहीं ना कोई भी स्कीम अगर एक्सटेंड हो जाती है तो उसके बाद उसकी जो नवीनता है वो खत्म हो जाती है, आपको कुछ नया उसमें लाना पड़ता है. क्या उस तरीके से इस विमेन वोटर्स को नहीं देखा जा सकता? क्योंकि 10 साल से हम सिर्फ उसी की बात कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, 10 साल से क्यों बात कर रहे हैं साहिल, आप उसको समझ लीजिए. यहाँ मैं खुल के बात कर सकता हूँ. आप इंडिया को जान लीजिए पहले. इंडिया क्या है? 70% रूरल, 30% अर्बन. Urban meaning 6,500 cities and towns. 6,500 cities and towns contribute 30% of the population. दूसरे साइड पे रूरल है, तो जो 100 वोट कास्ट होते हैं, 67% कास्ट हुआ, उसका 80% is rural and poor. And their livelihood largely depend on government of the day. Please understand this. And their living is $100, less than $100 a month. Meaning what? They have to depend on government aid, and these government aids are starting with road, electricity, water, education, health, PDS, ration, and farm related सुविधाएं जिसको आप या व्यवस्थाएं कहते हैं, be it seeds, fertilizer, subsidized rate, and water and electricity for irrigation. So this is the reality. And coming to the women, country के अंदर 50%, 50-50 women and men. 90% of the women in this country is depend on the male member of the family, so-called CWE. So they are largely depend on the CWE, and when you are living in a kind of an underprivileged situation, so whoever comes and try and give you some kind of a comfort or the leeway, they are bound to skew towards whoever is there at the helm of it as a government. So these days, these women think government is their CWE. Government is their CWE. So that is the precisely, and this is the only demography which contribute 50% of the total chunk, which is the biggest number. Now coming to the youth. Now what had happened because of demographic shift in last particularly 10 years, earlier in the age of 18 to 25 years of age, there used to be contribution of 17%, 1-7, generally 15% to 20%. Population of that electors used to be 17% average, I am talking about. Now, because of demographic shift, this 17 has become 22.5, which is a substantial number, number one. Number two, by nature, as a youth, you want things on a rapid, fast speed. And that is the precisely reason why they seems to be more vocal, more impatient, and what you see and what you heard, as Rajdeep pointed out, their voices. Whereas women voices is in silos. So coming to your unemployment and all those things, I'll tell you, last 50 years, there was unemployment and inflation issue, and it will be for next 50 years. The question is, who is better prepared to address these issues? And that is how electors elect the government or the leader for that matter.
So Pradeep can't speak much at this moment about the exit poll numbers, but I know he has very strong opinions on the issue of Hindutva, because there are many in the BJP RSS who think this government wins because they have a very strong Hindutva tilt. Your view is that no, Hindutva is a very marginal factor. It's actually the work that they do on development which helps them win. Explain that to everyone who's sitting here.
Same thing, Rahul. Any issue for that matter, be it Hindutva also, जो सबके जीवन को या लार्जर सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी को इम्पैक्ट करे या प्रभावित करे, उसका उतना ही इम्पैक्ट होगा. इट इज एज सिंपल एज दैट. सो आई जस्ट नाउ आई एक्सप्लेन द 80% इज लिटरली स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर लाइवलीहुड. Where it matters Hindutva and this, it matters only to the extent of 5 to 10% of the people. But how it turns and what it turns out to be in the campaign, what media picks out. The reality is, in the 40 minutes speech of any leader for that matter, whether Congress, BJP or any other political party, they talk 90%, which is about 30-35 minutes, about the welfare and development of the society, and 5 to 10 minutes they talk about these emotional issues, so-called, because unko usko bhi to connect karna hai na. So it is simply the packaging and marketing, and in packaging and marketing you need to use all kind of trick to reach out to the all kind of voters. So that is the reason why I always say 5 to 10%. And when you say Hindu, my dear friend, if you buy a pen and if it is not writing, you will throw it out or replace it. So as with the government. Who is leader? Who is government? Is a public representative. If they do not serve them, what are they for? It's as simple as that. But, media cannot talk about those issues. Media needs something more than that, which is called infotainment, and that is what you serve.
I'm going to come to Dr. Sanjay Kumar because he's in a rather candid mood. You all did a poll at the start of the election or before the election, CSDS. I saw you didn't give numbers, but what you said was effectively suggesting that issues like unemployment, mehengai were top of the mind. At the same time, you said there was a strong
unemployment,
berozgari and mehengai. But at the same time, you said there was a lot of faith in Mr. Modi as a leader when you looked at leadership across parties. Do you believe that something has changed from the time you started this election, where you seemed very confident that the BJP was going to get 300 plus? Effectively, that's what your survey seemed to suggest. Yeah. Today, you've come and said 272 with allies 300. That's the question many people are asking. Has something changed in the last 6 to 8 weeks for you, Sanjay Kumar, to be a little bit more cautious?
No, on the question of that, you gave me 4 options and I picked up one, which I thought is much closer. But on a serious note, yes, CSDS did a poll before elections. As you know, that we don't come out with number of seats. But this was a poll conducted in the first week of April. We concluded the poll by 8th of April. And our estimate, which was made public in the newspaper, was that 40% votes for BJP and Prime Minister Modi's popularity remains very high at 47%. But at the same time, the study also revealed, and it was like reported widely in the newspaper, that we figured out that there are sections of voters who intended that they are likely to vote for BJP in the coming elections. But we call them reluctant voters. They were not very happy with the performance of the government. They didn't want this government to be re-elected by conviction, but they thought since there is no alternative, they will get re-elected. So, kya kare? Even if there is berozgari, even if there is mehengai, we will end up voting for BJP, even though we don't want this government to be re-elected. So out of this 40, we made an estimate that really the BJP's vote share seems to be 35-36%, but there is 4 or 5% reluctant voter who might end up voting for BJP because they see no alternative. That was the situation in the first week of April, but I think as the election progressed, things may have changed on the ground, which is obvious from various quarters. And my own sense is that I think there is a movement of those reluctant voters who thought they are likely to vote for BJP on the election day. They seems to have moved away.
No, you're saying things have changed, which is obvious to everyone, but for those to whom it's not so obvious, explain what's changed and why between your earlier polls and now.
I think the narrative changed. To be very frank, when opposition party used to say this is an election to save democracy, this is an election to save constitution, I used to laugh and I used to think this is not an issue for the common man. But what has happened, I think, what BJP thought is a strength became a weakness because that was used by the opposition, or that has been used by the opposition as a tool to counter. So when Prime Minister Modi said 400 par NDA ke liye and 370 for BJP, and Congress and opposition started campaigning on this issue that BJP is aiming to get 370 because they want to change the constitution, and that is why we are saying this is an election to save the constitution. And they kept hammering hard that if they get 370, if they get a huge majority, they may be willing to change the constitution. And changing the constitution would mean erasing the memories of Ambedkar, because he is seen as an icon for a large number of Dalits. So one big achievement of a Dalit leader, tall Dalit leader, Ambedkar, who has, who is the architect of the constitution, that will also get changed. So this whole narrative that if BJP comes to power in a big way, many things will change. And this also connects to Prime Minister Modi has mentioned, we will take strong step, or we are going to initiate very strong measures as soon as we come to power in the first 10 days, first 100 days. I think that started making a connect to the people on the ground. And then I think that started changing the narrative. So the big narrative of vote on Modi or vote on Hindutva, vote on temple, that disappeared. And these small issues of, yes, there is some substance. People started thinking there is a substance that there is a danger to the constitution. There is a substance that there is a danger to democracy. This started growing up like small plants here and there. And the aggregation is what we are looking at now.
Rahul, you've asked me, you've asked them what's happening. What are you going to tell us? You've also traveled across the country. You can't pin me down to a number, and you met the Prime Minister, you interviewed him. Does he sound like a Prime Minister who's getting 400 par, or is that all part of this calculated choreography to create the personality cult? Do you think he at all fears any possibility of not achieving that target?
Rajdeep, why don't you give him the same 4 options, which you gave it to me?
Okay, Rahul, 4 options. BJP plus allies 400. BJP plus allies 370, 300, 272, 250. 5 options. What's most likely?
Rajdeep, like an IPL player, likes to hit big and smash out of the park, and he gets great pleasure giving his cricketing background. I stick to data and I'm very, very careful. I'd much rather leave a ball outside the off stump than go and poke my bat at it and get caught out. It slips. But that being said, I think this 400 par is something, if you talk to any BJP leader, even they will accept is just a war cry. They also accept that some of this in some constituencies did backfire because there was built up anti-incumbency against local MPs. So some voters anecdotally started saying things like, we like the Prime Minister, he's done good work, we don't mind him being back in power, but ये जो local MP है ना, इसने 10 साल में बड़ा परेशान किया, इसको वोट नहीं देना है. मोदी जी के तो आ ही रहे हैं 400, इसको हरा दे तो 399 आ जाएंगे. And very quickly the BJP realized, if a lot of people start thinking like this, that we'll beat the local candidate because we don't like him, even though we like the Prime Minister, which is why it led to a change in positioning. The fact also is that there is unemployment, that there is distress, and those are genuine factors. Nobody can go away from them. But many of these people actually feel that Prime Minister Modi is probably the best agent to improve their life into the future. Unless there is a vehicle that can capitalize on the anti-incumbency, which only legitimately is built up over 10 years. You can't have a government 10 years on. Remember, 10 years of Manmohan Singh being in power, people didn't want to see his face. They didn't want the UPA back. The fact that he's still batting on a tricky wicket, but still batting and standing strong, says a lot for the man. You saw what Farid and Ian Brahma said. In a global context, very difficult to find leaders who 10 years on are still standing firm. Obviously, the ground is more shaky than it was 5 years ago when you had Pulwama and Balakot, but he's still standing strong and still standing firm until the time the opposition finds some way of being able to channelize the anti-incumbency. Does that simmering of discontent lead to regime change? I think that's really the question, Rajdeep.
No, I agree, because I think you see discontent, but you didn't see anger. As you travel, you see anger in pockets, but I didn't see the kind of widespread anger we saw in 2014 when you want to get a government out of power. 2019 was in a way a Shraddhanjali to our martyrs. You know, people went out and said, we want to, the Pulwama martyrs have to be in some way almost given a tribute, and we've got to go and vote. And there was this muscular nationalism. In 2024, it's almost reassuringly back to an old style Indian election, where you can go to Western Maharashtra and you said, you sense the issues are very different from what they will be in a Vidarbha to a Marathwada. That's what India is. I think the good news is journalists, especially in studios, have got reality check in this election. You see, because we get carried away by a single narrative. The truth is, this is the most diverse.
I think this is the 4th time since you started. You've hit out at journalists in the media. Which of our journalists has been in the studio? All of them are out on the ground.
I'm saying in general. You see, when we talk about elections, we fail to. An Indian election is.
So let me rephrase what you said. Journalists in studios of other channels who talk all the time without making any sense. They are the you say this in such a general sweeping brush. I get worried. Who's he talking about?
No, I'm just saying that what is exciting about an Indian election is its sheer diversity, and it's great that when you can go on the ground as we can and actually experience that diversity. And I think that's what makes Indian elections so fascinating. But we want simple. Today's world wants everything in a Instagram reel. That tell me in an Instagram reel who's winning. How do you decode 543 seats in an Instagram reel? How do any of us tell you a number? We haven't traveled to 543 seats. If you don't travel to and that's why Pradeep tends to get it right. Since he complimented me, let me compliment him. That because the new way of doing polling is very different from old. The old was random sampling. You went to a few constituencies and you made predictions for the whole area. Now you can't do that. Every constituency is different from the other. We went recently in eastern UP to Ghazipur, Jaunpur, Varanasi. Varanasi, the Prime Minister is going to win by a landslide. You go to Jaunpur and it's a classic old style Indian constituency, all kinds of conspiracies. The candidate there is a Mumbai Congress chief who's now joined the BJP. So the locals are not very happy. Who's this outsider? You're seeing India at play. This is the fascinating. India has got America, Biden versus Trump. This is the most fascinating, complex country in the world, and we should celebrate it. We get caught, and democracy is dead. Indian democracy is not dead. Indian democracy is alive and kicking. It may be dead at times because of no level playing field, resources, institutions in trouble. But the voter in his own way knows how to inko ek na ek din, arrogant leader ko main sabak sikhaunga. He finds his own way to do it. How he does it is complicated, but he does it, Rahul. Somewhere down the line, I think we need to celebrate that diversity. And because Pradeep goes to all 543 constituencies, he has a better chance of getting it right than most. So my only thing to Pradeep, and I remember telling him this in West Bengal 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and before that once in Karnataka, please go and poll more women. I believe political parties get their calculations wrong because they don't go and poll enough women. Pollsters get it wrong because they don't poll women. The women are terrific. They have agency now. They don't go according to their husbands. In fact, one lady told me, "Tenna karu dya, me ithe vote karna hai." And I wish political parties spent more time understanding the mind of the Indian woman. If they had, that's right. I agree, ma'am. Why not, Kali? You're welcome to come. I'm sure all the women here have far sharper political minds than the men, because you know what the real livelihood issues are. Men are into this cultural politics. I heard Fareed Zakaria say that, right? That there's this cultural politics that's taken over from economic issues. Come to India, Fareed, meet livelihood issues in rural Bihar, and you will know what really counts. There's no culture. When I'm a Musahar and I'm from a family which is struggling to make 6,000 rupees a month, I want that 5 kilos of rice at free. It changes my life. When you have 400 people in a bus meant for 100 people, you realize what a free bus ride means to a woman. It gives her a sense of independence. Very easy for us to sit in rooms like this and sort of say, ye to freebie hai. Arey, freebie aapke liye hoga. For that woman, it's empowerment. She can go out on her own, do work. That's the new India. And we need to recognize it.
So in last...
Modi has recognized it. I'll give Modi credit, Rahul, for that. Modi and other leaders, Nitish Kumar, Jayalalitha, Mamta Banerjee, the clever leaders have realized that Mahila vote hai. And whoever can, and now Congress has also belatedly realized with the Mahalakshmi scheme, something that they should have been trumping much more instead of getting into wealth redistribution fights. You should have focused on the woman vote, you could win this election.
So Rajdeep, I think in last 10 years, you are coming to the fold of pollster. Now I think you should retire from journalism. You have started talking more like a pollster than a journalist. Because you are trying and getting to the ground and understanding the ground realities, and you are speaking whatever. Last 10 years back, I know when I used to talk about condition of roads, electricity, water, you said, Pradeep, ये तो होते रहता है, छोड़ो ना इसको, दूसरी बात करते हैं.
मैंने कब कहा ये यार?
Gupta ji,
I am telling you, 2016, when I gave Bengal election, I predicted 220 odd seats for TMC. You said, Pradeep, TMC के लोगों का फोन आ रहा है. I think Finance Minister, Mr. Mitra.
हाँ, अमित मित्रा.
हाँ.
जिसका फोन आता है पब्लिकली थोड़ी बताते हैं.
वो कह रहे हैं उनका फोन आ रहा है कि ये तो हम TMC भी नहीं आ सकती है. लगता है प्रदीप गुप्ता को राज्यसभा टिकट चाहिए, इसके लिए प्रदीप ऐसी बातें कर रहे हो.
जब से गुप्ता जी आए नंबर तो बता नहीं रहे, प्लस इज क्रिएटिंग ट्रबल फॉर अस. I don't know what's up here. He's just unnecessarily.
Yes. But let's look at this election as we approach it. As pollsters, has it become more difficult, therefore, Sanjay Kumar, to predict an Indian election? Because there are so many complexities. Indian voters, remarkable, they vote differently in Vidhan Sabha and Lok Sabha. We are seeing it. I believe Maharashtra voter will vote very differently for a state election 4 months from now. Is it more difficult now to predict the mind of an Indian voter than it was, say, 10 years ago?
My job has become very easy because we don't predict elections anymore. We used to do that earlier.
But even predicting trends?
Yes, we do. What we do through our research, we try and give a sense of how India voted, how people have voted, what has been the issue. And yes, we try and give you a sense of, you means all the viewers, readers, a sense of how people have voted, what has been the shift, what has been the reason. You would not find us coming out with any numbers about the seats. That's why my job is easy. We don't predict the election, but we try and give you a sense of the support base of political parties, which is to say the vote share. Where does the party stand? Which party is ahead and which party is trailing? And about what margin, whether it is 10%, 12% or 5%.
Pradeep, but is it more difficult?
No, not at all. I mean, I enjoy that thanks to Access My India team. And we enjoy the most difficult puzzle to solve. So it is not at all difficult for us to predict. And I'm telling you this election as well. There are states which is totally in one-sided. There are states which is one-sided on with the other political party. And there are states which is tough competition, what you call.
Which is the most difficult state this time, according to you?
Just wait for some time.
No, that you can tell us. You can tell us which is the most difficult state.
अच्छा वो ईस्ट में है या वेस्ट में है
या बीच में है?
Just wait for June 1st, 6 p.m. onwards. You will get to see and know seat by seat analysis for all 543 seats. We can tell you which independent candidate is winning and where he is likely to win. So don't worry. Food is under preparation. I don't want to serve you half cooked food. You will not like it. कि यार प्रदीप नमक कम हो गया, क्या बात करते हो तुम? So I don't want that kind of situation.
Non-stop marketing machine. Our marketing guys can learn some lessons. Let's get a question from Rajesh Shah. He runs a champion kabaddi team, as you know, also runs Mukund. Go for it.
Hi, Radhi. You seem to be on quite a roll this evening. So let's keep you rolling. All right. Now, you talked about churning a couple of nights ago. Political earthquake was a phrase you used, and you've been going around talking to youth and the silent women. Tell us a little more.
I used the earthquake only so that people would watch the show. It was pure marketing. You know, if I said it's a normal election, who's going to watch? So you have to say it's an earthquake. You have to excite the. Look, I just think that this is a fascinating Indian election because it's. See, 2014 was a mood for change. 2019 was this muscular nationalism. 2024 is much more like a normal Indian election with the Modi factor overwhelming. Except for that, finally we are seeing real issues being debated on the ground. I'm not saying it will translate into votes. See, a lot of chatter. We chat berozgari, rural distress. We chat about it, but I'm not so sure how much of that will translate into votes. But it's just wonderful to meet Indians who still are excited about election. The worry I have is money power. I think the one reason why I think what depresses you is I heard people in Telangana telling me that it now costs them 80 to 90 crores. 80 to 90 crores to fight one Lok Sabha election in one seat, one candidate. I heard stories in Mumbai where a particular candidate apparently has spent 40 crores basically trying to bribe voters. I mean, then you're skewing democracy. That's not a level playing field. And even across the country, the fact is the BJP is outspending its rivals 10 to 1. Does that make it a level playing field? So that's the worrying part. I mean, they have every right to spend what they want, but it would be nice if we could have a more even system. I don't know how we are going to get it. Maybe they have ideas, but I have no way to know how this money power is going to end, because then it means...
Rajdeep, why are you blaming only the BJP when it comes to spending? Take, for example, wherever the Congress is in power in southern states like Karnataka or Telangana, has money not been spent. Take, for example, DMK being in power in Tamil Nadu or the AIDMK before it. This is an ill that cuts across party lines. Let's not just signal out one party for it.
No, I'm saying pan-India, obviously the BJP is outspending its rivals, but you're right, in individual states where a party is in power, it's able to outspend. But I'm just saying the scale of money, Rahul, which means that a very talented village pradhan who doesn't have money cannot contest an election anymore if he's an honest man who has... Look at Mumbai or Thane. Most of the people who are contesting Vidhan Sabha election will be real estate guys. They're the guys who've made money in the last 25, 30 years and they will contest elections. I mean, it's not ideal. No, I don't think so. That's my view.
No, but Rajdeep, what happened? See, you may have n number of money and you can spend n amount of money. But voter never ever vote based on your money power. So you are saying you cannot contest election. In my own assembly constituency, one side candidate from BJP, filthily rich, is spending lots of money. And the other side, my own friend who was, we were friend and studied together in primary school. He simply said, "Bhai, mere paas koi paisa nahi hai. Main aapke paas keval अपना बाइक से ही आपके साथ कैंपेनिंग करूंगा." And he won by 350 votes, that too postal votes. EVM votes, BJP won by 57 votes, but through postal vote, he won by 350 votes. So, I mean, one can spend money, it's like on your well-being. You can spend an amount of money, but I'm wearing just 200 rupees a t-shirt. So what does it matter?
This is the kind of line Rahul Gandhi would give. देखो मैं केवल white t-shirt पहनता हूँ.
No, I'm saying you said you cannot contest election without money.
It's becoming more and more difficult. No, I disagree. I think it's becoming more and more difficult, Rahul. That's the point I'm making.
It's the other way around.
We are out of time on this session. Ruchir Sharma is here. Everyone's waiting to listen to him. But one thing seems quite clear before I wrap up. What was earlier a no contest one way, there's a lot of predictability around the election. No matter what the end result at 2 p.m. on the 4th or at 7 p.m. on the 1st, one thing is clear, there's now enough buzz and excitement around the Indian election. That's what makes Rajdeep's job, my job, that much more exciting. And that's what all of us at the India Today Group are preparing for that exit poll and for that counting day. And we look forward to having you with us for the time being. Pradeep Gupta, I hope you've been practicing your dance moves, because if you intend to dance, you're just kind of, there has to be one better move than this. Like a little better than that.
Let me get my numbers right first.
And then?
Then we'll decide what to do.
Yeah, that's the other thing we need to clarify. It's not about who wins the election. If we get the numbers right, we will do a dance. If we get the numbers wrong, we will be mourning.
Rajdeep's children told him, "Boss, do whatever you do, Dad, don't dance." Then they say, "Bacche papa ki nahi sunte." In this case, the papa is not listening to the children. Rajdeep?
Look, I have two left feet, but with Pradeep, we'll do a jig. I'm pretty confident that by 12 o'clock on the 4th, we should have clarity. This is not going to be a long night. That's my sense.
You know, because we work so hard on data analytics, we don't want this to end at 12. We want this to go on as long as is possible, because if it does, that's when the power of the election intelligence dashboard comes alive. If it ends very quickly, then everyone knows what's happening, then nobody's interested in my data analytics. So that's no fun. But thank you very much, Sanjay Kumar, for joining us. Absolute pleasure to have you with us. Pradeep Gupta, thank you very much. I hope that thali comes out nicely cooked. Rajdeep, thank you for joining us as well. Rajdeep will, of course, stay back for the next session. Thank you. Can we have a warm round of applause, please?
Thank you for that lovely session. Can we please request you to wait on stage? And we'd like to call Pradipto Basu, AVP Marketing at Radico Khaitan, to express a token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests. A huge round of applause, please. Rajdeep, I did have a question. Rajdeep, sir, from your entire election trail, elections on my plate, the best dish that you were served this time, what was it if we had to rank the top dish?
We had the most magnificent chaat 2 nights ago in Varanasi. If you go to Varanasi, please go to Kashi Chaat Bhandar. The tomato chaat is to die for. If you want the best non-veg food, go to Coimbatore. Outstanding.
There you go. The OG influencer has said it all. A huge round of applause, please. And now for the session you've all been waiting for. The moment has finally arrived. Democracy on the road, mapping markets and the mandate. And of course, this ultimate session will be moderated and hosted by the incredibly talented Rajdeep Sardesai. Can we please have you here, sir, to introduce a very special guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ruchir Sharma on stage. Best-selling author, ace investor, political and economic trend spotter, and much else. Ruchir, welcome. Please give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this India Today election pop-up special here in Mumbai. The next 2 weeks, all eyes will be on Kaun Banega Pradhan Mantri, who will be the Prime Minister, who will form the next government. But also a keen eye will be kept on the economy and the markets in particular, and how these elections could affect India's market fundamentals. So at a time when Modi and markets, both the M's are in the focus, we're very privileged to be joined by a very special guest, best-selling author. He's out with a new book that we'll be speaking about. Ace investor, political and economic trend spotter par excellence. Ruchir Sharma is with us here all the way from New York. Thanks very much, Ruchir, for joining us. Please give him a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Ruchir, in fact, is ideally placed from his vantage point to tell us not just what he foresees happening on the 4th of June, but Ruchir, what happens even beyond that to the economy, how the markets might react to the political churn. So I'm going to start, Ruchir, with a recent piece I read after your travels, and you've traveled extensively, including through Maharashtra, which you headlined, "You don't see a wave, you only see a heat wave." And this has led some to believe is Ruchir Sharma suggesting that this election is far more competitive than 2019, a localized state-by-state contest, and this 400 par slogan of the BJP is hype. Is that how we should interpret a seemingly waveless election?
Yeah, Rajdeep, I think that's broadly correct, which is that now once again, we all have to be modest about it, because having done 32 election trips over the last 25 years, and we sit down at the end of the trip, there were 20 of us who traveled together and have kept this tradition on for a long period of time. We broadly get the direction correct, but there's no way we can predict seats in terms of what happens. This time when we went out there, the broad direction, and remember, I wrote my column in the Financial Times 8 weeks ago, in which I had said that this is possibly the most predictable election that I have seen in terms of it, because all the opinion polls, everyone, the entire chorus then was that this is so predictable, right? That's what the entire thing was. So I began a column that way. Then we begin this election trip. We drive 2,000 kilometers all the way from the east to the west coast, Vijayawada to Mumbai, stop on the way at many places. And more than that, just speaking to stringers everywhere, right? Journalists, stringers everywhere. The feeling that I came away with at the end of the trip is that this is at least much more competitive than it appeared 8 weeks ago. So there was a big change in terms of the feedback that we picked up from the ground from each state. So I think that the broad direction in terms of is what we try and get. And it seems to me as if there's a big disconnect. If you look at the stock market today, you look at the Satta Bazaar today, they are predicting a frozen election. What do I mean by a frozen election? They think that the verdict is going to be unchanged compared to 2019. So the Satta Bazaar today, in fact, there are all sorts of quotes which go, but the most reliable quotes I know predict the BJP getting exactly the same number of seats as in 2019. The stock market so far has largely ignored this election. It's almost, there's been barely any volatility, in fact. I know every time there's a 1 or 2% swing, people sort of focus on it, but that's a stock market for you. It's been very stable through it. So the markets are predicting a frozen verdict. I think there is risk to the downside based on the travels that I've done and from what I've heard and having seen elections in India over the last 25 years.
No, you've said something big already. You're saying there's a risk, a downside risk, that the predictability which you saw 8 weeks ago and wrote about no longer exists. You're saying this is far more competitive. This is far more localized, presumably. Are you suggesting that 2024 could be a repeat, as some suggest, of 2004, when all pundits were proven wrong? And I'm sure you traveled then as well. Are you seeing traces of that at all?
No, it's very hard. Now, one thing is that having done forecasting for a long period of time, and I do it for markets, I don't do it for elections so much, but I do it for a living, is there's a great Russian proverb that I keep in mind here, which is that ignore history, you lose an eye, focus on it too much and you lose both. So I think that what you have to keep in mind here is that every election tends to be distinct. We keep referring to 2004 or 2019, but history rarely repeats itself in such a neat fashion. All I'm trying to say is that having traveled, it seems to me as if this is a much more localized election. Even if there is no visible anti-incumbency, so this is not 2014, as you pointed out, but 2004 was such a freak event. But even in 2004, I want to caution this, which is that when I look at our track record of the group also, we went out in 2004. We came back, we wrote that this is not India shining. I wrote a whole piece on this back then, but none of us, not one person had the guts to say that the BJP would lose that election, not one. So we just have to be modest about it, that we've covered elections. And, like you speak about the exit polls as well and stuff. Just as recently as last year, not one exit poll got Chhattisgarh correct in terms of it, not one. So just have to be modest about what we see, but the broad direction is what we try and get. It's a great journey of India, and the broad direction seemed to be as if there is downside rather than upside risk from my perspective to the very strong consensus today in the market, including in the Satta Bazaar, that this is going to be a frozen verdict.
What you're saying effectively seems to also mirror what a lot of foreign portfolio investors, we've seen 28,000 crores outflow in the month of May alone, 21,000 crore outflows in the month of April. Is there a seeming nervousness, anxiety at the moment, or is it just profit booking?
Yeah, I think that one of the big things about India in this entire rally or the whole India story has been foreigners have largely been absent. And this has got nothing to do with the election. In fact, despite all the talk, if you look at the foreign direct investment numbers, you look at the foreign portfolio investment numbers, they're not participating in India. If you look at the numbers, and this predates the election. So if you look at the Indian stock markets rally over the last few years, and this has been the most remarkable rally we have seen. We'll come to a separate point. India, no country in the world that I remember has seen the kind of wealth creation that India has seen in the last 5 years. But it's been entirely domestic money led. The foreign participation in this rally right from the start has been very little, but the results are quite staggering. And we can segue to that later, that today, as a share of the economy, India has the highest number of billionaires of any country, major country in the world. And this has all changed the last 5 years. But it's been entirely domestic-led. The foreign money participation in this has been minimal.
I'll come to your economic thoughts in a moment, but let's stick to the politics and your travels again.
Yes.
Because you travel through Maharashtra.
Yeah.
And many of us believe this is the swing state of 2024. If there's one state that could surprise and shock people, it could be what is happening in Maharashtra on the ground. 48 seats on offer. Did you see change in the air? Or did you just see local conflicts and a lot of chatter which may not translate into votes? And what is it that surprised you about Maharashtra? Because I read your piece, and something that surprised me, and I didn't know about it, Maharashtra has fallen out of the top 10 in terms of per capita income for the first time. This was India's industrial powerhouse. So something has obviously changed in a state like Maharashtra.
Yeah, so if you travel in Maharashtra, the distress is very visible. We arguably traveled in the Marathwada region, but the data sort of backed it up. Whenever I'm traveling on these trips, I always have my research people at the back end, trying to churn out data for us. So look at the state rankings of India. Maharashtra at one point in time used to be the second richest state of this country. Today, Maharashtra has fallen out of the top 10. And a lot of the decline has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. When you travel in Maharashtra, what you see is that, in fact, which is very visible, that outside of the Golden Triangle, Mumbai, Nashik, and Pune, you take that out, the average income in Maharashtra is lower than the national average income of India. So, and it's been a big decline of Maharashtra. So that we saw, and we drove through places like Bid and stuff on this election trip, and the distress is visible. The quality of roads is very different in Maharashtra compared to Karnataka. The previous state we had done an election trip for was Karnataka, and the switch in fortunes is remarkable. Karnataka, no state in India has seen a rise in its per capita income like Karnataka has seen in the last 10 to 15 years, and no state has seen a decline as sharp as Maharashtra has seen in the last 10 to 15 years. So that was one of the big findings in terms of as we traveled, and the anecdotal evidence, the anger of the farmers at the ban on onion exports for which took place for about 6 months or so, on the issues like Maratha reservation and stuff. Now, what happens, unfortunately, is that whichever government is in power, now you can argue that the government may even be doing the right thing, but whichever government is in power, unfortunately, just faces the angst when you have this kind of an economic outcome in any state.
Are you seeing, therefore, anti-incumbency? Are you seeing anger? As I said, a lot of us have seen discontent. Are you seeing anger and anti-incumbency?
I don't know how to put it, but I'd say my best guess at this point in time, and when we do these trips, there are 4 kinds of things that we do, which I'm sure that even you do. One is we go to rallies and meet leaders. I personally find those things the biggest waste of time because they all give you the canned lines and it's all sort of done. The second thing we do is to sort of talk to voters by stopping every hour or so. The third thing, which I think is very interesting that we do, is that every evening I try and organize a dinner where we call local journalists, industrialists and stuff to come in, talk to us. I find that the most telling in terms of the structure. The general sense I picked up, we had the dinner in Aurangabad, we had the dinner in Nashik, there, if we had it in Solapur, is that if I speak to those people, the general sense I got was that the seat split in the state will be 50-50, but the real loss will take place in the two BJP allies. And I think that's a story which you may have picked up in this election as well, that with the exception of Andhra Pradesh, the BJP's allies in particular are doing very poorly in Bihar, in Karnataka, in Maharashtra. The allies are the ones which seem to be in real trouble, with the exception of Andhra Pradesh, where Chandrababu Naidu is on the ascendant.
You know, one of the things one notices on one's trips is a sharper rural-urban divide. I know the highways now connect India much better than ever before, but you get a sense that there are multiple Indias out there. They always were there, but in a strange way, the gap seems to have even got more accentuated. I speak to all my friends here in Mumbai. Many of them are investors in the market, and they desperately want a big Modi win because they believe that's the only way the markets will consolidate and take off. Then you speak to someone in rural India, and he or she is only worried about water, about basic livelihood issues, and the 5-kilo free ration matters a lot to them. Are you seeing the emergence through all your travels over the years now of increasingly distinct, disparate Indias where the gap is actually growing, inequalities are actually widening?
Well, that gap has always been there. But as I said, in the post-COVID India in particular, and the data backs this up, the gap has really widened in terms of what's happened. Now, of course, the good thing is, which the Modi government has been able to do, is that they gave a lot of freebies, food grains, free rations and stuff like that. And the delivery mechanism has improved a lot. Because they get so much of money through direct transfers and stuff, the scope for leakage has gone down. But having said that, the gap has clearly gone up. And the urban-rural divide, the data shows this. There's a big urban-rural divide which has happened in India. And so many of these trends which were there in India have been particularly accentuated in the post-COVID world. So as I said, that the wealth and income inequality in India that is there today is at pretty much record highs. And as I said, that for me, the big telltale sign is when I look at the billionaire wealth in this country, right? The explosion in the stock market, and even there in terms of, so it's great for wealth creation. I've loved this bull market personally. But when you go out there, you see that, yeah, this is a big factor.
Because this is part of your book, which will come to what went wrong with capitalism. Essentially, one of your thesis is that there is this huge concentration of wealth at the moment, and this is across the world, not just in India. However, as recent reports suggest, 5% of Indians account for 60% of the national wealth. Do you believe this is, in a sense, the biggest challenge for any government? Whoever comes to power on June 4th, this is going to be their big challenge. How are you going to reduce inequalities and soften and cushion those at the bottom of the pyramid without resorting to the kind of large welfare measures that most governments do?
Yeah, no, but I think that in India's case, it's a bit more complex than that, because the governments have always done a lot of welfare. In fact, if you look at India's growth model compared to China's, China followed ruthless capitalism. They gave no welfare to their people until, their per capita income was very high. China did that. We have never followed that ruthless capitalism. In fact, I begin my book by saying that it's really, like the fact that in America today, most youngsters there, they feel that socialism is a better model than capitalism. They have lost their faith in capitalism. And I begin the book by saying that, listen, I grew up in a socialist India of the 1980s. I know how bad that is. So there's no going back to that in terms of that. But I think that what we do know is that as I make the point in the book, that often government actions lead to greater perverse outcomes. And in India's case, as I've said, that the role of the government often has been to intervene to almost, or across the world, to accentuate inequality with the measures by supporting. Very important part about reform we should understand. Capitalism is about being pro-competition. It's not about being pro-business. It's a very important distinction people don't realize, that a lot of policymakers and government end up being pro-business. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is being pro-competition, pro-churn, for new people to rise, not for the old entrenched elite to stick on to power.
But if we talk about economic anxieties in India, how does that translate, you believe, into political preferences? Because one of the more fascinating aspects in a year where several democracies are going through elections, the United States is going through a period of economic prosperity, a real boom. Most economic indices better than ever before. And yet the general impression is the incumbent president, Joe Biden, is most likely to lose.
Yeah.
Now, put that in the Indian context. India has been seen post-COVID to emerge as one of the stronger economies in the world. Does that make it easier to predict a re-election for Prime Minister Modi, as some would suggest? Or is there no correlation between economic anxieties and political preferences?
Broadly, in India's case, the data that I've done on this shows the following conclusion. So I did this data for my last book, in fact, Democracy on the Road. What it showed was that if you look at India, there have been 30 instances when a chief minister has presided over an economic growth rate of over 8%. 30 instances. In half of those instances, the chief minister lost their re-election. This never happens anywhere in the world. 8% economic growth over 5 years, half of the chief ministers lost the election.
Including Vajpayee in 2004.
Yeah. And
Atal Bihari Vajpayee lost when the economy was on a high. Chandrababu Naidu lost
even
Andhra
now,
Pradesh.
even Andhra Pradesh, I think there's an emerging consensus currently, which is that Jagan may well lose this election, even though Andhra Pradesh has done relatively well. It's been more pro-welfare, but has done relatively well. So in India's case, elections are much more complex than having a straight link between economics and politics. So I think that's link between economics and politics. Yeah, it's there. In India's case, I do believe that I know exactly what can lose you elections, which is high inflation. The moment you have high inflation, any country in the world, even one of Biden's problem has been high inflation. The credit I'll give to the Modi government is the fact that even though they keep, there's a lot of talk about high food prices and all that, generally inflation has been relatively well behaved. And one of the good things they did was that when you had this pandemic, they did not go wild with stimulus. A lot of countries around the world went wild with stimulus, which is what led to a massive inflation problem. India didn't do that. So generally inflation has been better. And I think that anti-incumbency would have been much greater had inflation been galloping at 8 or 9% rather than the 5%. But I think, as was pointed out earlier, inflation and rising food prices will always be cited in India because so many people are living at the margin. They'll always cite it as a factor when you do the polls.
So broadly, you're saying Mehngai is a more difficult problem for politicians, incumbents to handle than growth. You can grow at 8% and still lose an election.
Yes.
But if inflation was 8%, you'd be in serious.
You'd definitely lose in the election. I think that's what lost Narasimha Rao in 96. I think that we know it, that onions make politicians cry, literally, right? Every election. So that's, yeah.
Let's talk about the cult of Mr. Modi for a moment, because you mentioned it in Democracy on the Road as well. Across the world, we are seeing the rise of the strongman politician. Do you believe that this rise of the strongman politician is here to stay? That those are the politicians whom people are able to identify with. And therefore, as Indian elections possibly get more presidential, the strongman leader has an advantage over someone else who may be more democratic in his or her functioning, but is not seen as that muscular strongman.
Again, I think that there is a certain sliver of India's urban middle class, and something again I wrote about, which is willing to make a trade-off, which is willing to say, hey, as long as I'm doing well, I'm willing to make a trade-off between the economy and democracy. There is a certain sliver of that urban middle class which feels that way. So that's what feeds into it. But again, the travels this time reveal that if you speak to the average person, they're not thinking in these intellectual terms. They're thinking about what is in it for me. It's very transactional.
They're not thinking about Samvidhan Khatre mein hai.
I mean, in terms of the fact that I didn't get that sense, that it's a very daily existential crisis is what I feel. It's not about thinking these intellectual debates which we love having out here. That's the feeling I got.
No, so have we become, and you've written about this, bit like the East Asian economies?
Yeah.
The East Asian economies said we are okay with a bit of authoritarianism as long as we have economic progress. Is India also at that stage where maybe in audiences like this, maybe in most middle class audiences, you don't really mind a little bit of autocracy as long as you get economic progress? As long as my coastal road starts functioning in a year and not 5 years, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think there's a sliver of India which which is like that.
It's only a sliver, you think?
Yeah, because I think when I traveled, I found that in rural India, they don't make these kind of, trade-offs a bit more.
There it's livelihood issue.
Exactly. There's much more livelihood issue that, thinking about that. And I think that there is a deep, there's a deep sense of their vote. They feel really proud of the fact that they can go out and vote. It's one thing they have, the one power they have. And I agree with the discussion that, I think that someone mentioned earlier, that we speak about the money part, we speak about this, but if, the incumbent in India would always win if money was the big issue, because they always have, more money. But the fact is that so many incumbents still lose. It's 50-50 or whatever, much higher than other countries. In the West and stuff, at one point in time, and the 90% of incumbents would win re-election. In fact, this anti-incumbency now has become a global phenomenon. India's, I've seen it for many years.
But Mr. Modi is bucked anti-incumbency. 10 years in past, still the favorite to win. What, according to you, makes Mr. Modi distinctive? When you look at all these strongmen that you've written about across the world or you've met, what makes Prime Minister Modi distinctive in a way?
I think that, as I said, that I think that there's a large base in India which views him as someone who is, you may agree or disagree, as someone who is sort of out there with no family, who's sort of going, working 18 hours a day, 20 hours a day, with no ulterior motive except, to help the country. He never takes a vacation. That kind of image projection, I think, has helped in terms of the enduring appeal, especially when you look at often the other side where, everyone's out on vacation or...
No, but Manmohan Singh once told me, I met Dr. Manmohan. Dr. Manmohan Singh said, you keep writing about how Mr. Modi works 18 hours a day. I also used to work 18 hours a day, but you never wrote about it.
But Manmohan Singh never had any mass appeal. He could
so
not,
it's an emotional connect.
It's an emotional connect. It's an admiration for the work ethic in terms of what he does. And here's it's for real, because if you look at the state leaders too, the state leaders which have been successful in India, they have a very similar kind of work ethic. In fact, many of them are also single, as I pointed out in that book. So I think that there is a certain connection with that work ethic as far as India is concerned. And I think that's what has helped him endure this, long term.
In a sense, being single is a political advantage, that means, in India.
Yes.
So that advantage should also work for Rahul Gandhi then, right?
Yeah.
What works for Narendra Modi should work for Rahul Gandhi as well. If you're saying being single,
I'm sure that it's a package of things in terms of, it's an image thing. No one factor determines Indian elections. Similarly, as far as personality cults go, there are a whole bunch of factors which go into that.
But when you look at from your vantage point at the state of the opposition, do you see the opposition being able to capitalize on what you seem to be suggesting already is creeping anti-incumbency? The factors could vary state by state, but there is creeping anti-incumbency, rural distress, unemployment, a serious crisis, inequality. Has the opposition simply not been good enough, or have they not been allowed to be good enough in India?
But it's always a combination of both, as you know. I think you point out, my role here really, Rajdeep, is an observer. I've gone out there, I've seen what I can. Whether this translates into actual votes, doesn't translate, it's beyond me to be able to try and predict that. This is a journey of India. I know at the end of it, we are left with no choice, but everyone wants, what's your number, because that's all they want. But for me, this is a journey of India where I've learned a whole bunch of things as I've done this. And yes, as an investor, I bring it back to, okay, what are the risks? My entire thing as an investor is, are there upside, are there downside risks? How do you position for that? I think that's the way that we approach the game.
Let's look at these upsides and downsides.
Yeah.
For a long time, a lot of Indian voters seem to want stability and continuity above all else. Are coalition governments bad for markets? Would markets be spooked if the BJP ends up, for example, less than 250, dependent on coalition partners, or almost unpredictably the opposition is able to cobble together a government? Are coalition really bad for markets? Because they've been very good for reforms. Some of India's biggest reforms have taken place during coalition governments.
Yeah, but I think that those reforms happened when India literally had a gun on its head, right? Which is the fact that we were bankrupt, we needed to reform. Most countries carry out economic reforms when they go bankrupt. That's what we're seeing around the world as well. I think that there's no doubt that if the BJP gets below 250, there'll be an initial big knee-jerk negative reaction on the market. If that black swan scenario kind of thing happens, if the if the BJP gets less than 250, the market will be down 10 to 20% in a day, in a flash.
10 to 20% in a day.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of it'll be down that much. I can tell you that if it gets less than 250, that will be the scenario. But it's not the base case scenario of anyone just now. I don't think anyone that. But if that were to happen, you would get an instant reaction. And then it depends again about what happens. In 2004, something similar happened. Let's just play that out, tease that out. But then the markets recovered very quickly. Why? Two factors. One, that there was a global emerging market boom which was happening. Two, that because they appointed people like Manmohan Singh and Chidambaram at that point in time, they were generally seen to be okay. But India got lucky because we had a big emerging market boom. We rode that. This time, the risk I see is that if you get below 250, how will the verdict be interpreted? If it's interpreted as being that, hey, we need to go back to doing a lot more welfare, spend on that and stuff, I think that it could be a much longer haul out of that. I'm very positive on India in the long term. I think that there are the fundamentals look great. But yeah, this is the most expensive stock market in the world currently. It is also the reason why foreign investors have been skittish about coming in. The on-the-ground environment still sort of needs to be improved a lot for foreign direct investment to come in. We are attracting FDI as a share of the economy today of just over around 1% of GDP. When China and all were booming, they were doing 4% of GDP, in terms of how much foreign investment as a share of the economy was coming in. So there's a lot more work which needs to be done. And the other thing which I wrote a piece in the FT about this a month ago, never take growth for granted or never take economic success for granted. I cited 5 examples there of countries which were seen as these, great superstars 5 years ago. And today they are seen as breakdown nations.
Give me an example.
Canada has seen the worst in terms of economic performance of any developed country in the last 10 years or so. Germany was seen as a big economic star in terms of it's fallen off. South Africa, Chile, these are all countries which at some point in time were seen as very good. Chile was seen as the big star of Latin America, fallen off the radar. So in terms of, we just need to be sort of, take it 3-4 years at a time. But generally, I feel still constructive, but you got to be careful about
So how important is having a stable government? Is stability the critical factor? Does India need at the moment to ensure that economic growth moves to the next level, a stable government with a strong leader, which is one narrative? The other narrative is in a diverse country, you need to accommodate, build federal structures. Which is the best model for India?
No, the best model for India is a government which truly believes in reducing the role of government in people's lives. I think that is what the key is. Whether it's stable or coalition, I can point out both to you, and something which I've also said in my public utterances earlier, that how do you create better business confidence in terms of it, how, for foreigners or for domestic people? One thing that I've written about extensively, which is I think the extensive use of investigative agencies or giving them too much power has deep consequences, I think, as far as investment is concerned. So there's an economic consequence to that. It may be a good political tool. There's an economic consequence to this. Those are the kind of things I believe are more important for business investment and other things to keep picking up, rather than this notion about that. Yeah, sure. So whichever government is willing to focus on that, I think will be better for India's long-term growth prospects.
Because one of the debates in this election campaign has been over the economy. You've got the opposition saying that what we are seeing in the guise of faster economic growth is actually cronyism. Taking up from what you said, that there are a few billionaires who benefited hugely post-COVID, but the lives of people at the bottom of the pyramid have not changed. We also have reports of a number of Indians who've taken their golden visas, moved to Dubai, long distance nationalism, looking, can I get a Portuguese visa? And those numbers are also increasing. So there seems to be the Modi government which says we want to reward wealth creators. And in some way, the opposition is saying, all very well, you want to reward wealth creators, but it cannot result in cronyism and concentration of power. Which of these narratives do you find more compelling at the moment?
No, I think that I'm optimistic on the Indian economy, but I think that there's stuff which is going on which needs corrective things.
Is there a real threat of cronyism?
I think that, yes, in India's case or in any emerging market, there is always a case in terms of that. The previous government, the cronyism was out of control, you can argue, in terms of what happened 10 years ago. That's why you got the Modi wave after that, I think, because of that. So I feel that there are shades of gray here. I know you want to define this as opposition versus government, but as far as I'm concerned, as an investor, I think there's enormous amount of wealth creation in India. It's great, but I also am mindful of the fact that if it becomes too skewed, what happens in terms of it? And I think that in the last 5 years, there are lots of good billionaires who've come up in India in sectors such as manufacturing. But when I look at the data to me and tells me that billionaire wealth as a share of the economy today is 25%, and no other country in the world has that, I do get a bit concerned about that.
No, so actually I wanted the debate to be around what your book now says, which is what went wrong with capitalism. Is it that capitalism over time, particularly in the last 25 years, built these crony capitalists, built oligarchies, which failed to then ensure what you call a truly free and fair competition? Governments in turn responded by ensuring large-scale welfare measures or subsidies for the poor, but eventually have failed to address the real issue of growing income inequalities.
Yes, in terms of that's true, but I'm saying income inequality has been a consequence of government intervention. That even in America, a lot of the government intervention tends to be pro-incumbent. The more regulation you do, who benefits? The established businesses. It prevents new businesses from entering because the cost of regulation is a lot. In America's case and stuff, for a new person to set up business, the cost is enormous amount of cost is required to do that. So what I argue in the book is that capitalism did not fail, it was ruined.
No, when you say capitalism did not fail, it was ruined. Let's look at the Indian example. And you spoke about how you and I both grew up in a socialist India.
Yes.
And at times it seems that we are going back in time with larger and larger governments. They talk about maximum government, maximum governance, minimum government, and just the opposite happens. And more people are dependent then on government subsidies, on government SOPs, what Prime Minister Modi calls revenues or freebies. But the truth is all parties are doing it.
Yes.
And they believe it's a winning ticket. When the Ladli Behna scheme, 1,200 rupees to women in Madhya Pradesh wins you an election, the temptation is that all parties will do it. Now the Congress says we'll give 1 lakh to a woman per year under the Mahalakshmi scheme. Do you think that's healthy? Or do you think that's exactly the mistake that India would make in the future?
Yeah. That's absolutely correct. As I sort of said, so in fact, in an interview to, I think it was Rahul last year in New York, that competitive populism is the biggest risk that India faces. We don't have the money for it in terms of that. So competitive populism is the single biggest risk that India faces to its growth story.
But the fact at the end of the day is Indian politicians need to win elections. So every 5 years, I've got either a Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha. So how do I get out of this cycle of competitive populism? Politicians will tell me that, look, what other option do I have in a country where, as you said, millions still live on the margins, but ensuring that they get some benefit, the Labharti Varg. Mr. Modi says that's the ticket to his power.
Yeah, but in the end, many politicians do that and still lose elections. So I'm not sure it's the winning ticket. But I think that the whole issue here is, Rajdeep, which is that how in India do we make sure that the role of government in this country goes down? That's what China's success story was. People think of China as a big communist nation. What China did successfully was to make sure that the role of government kept going down. And now under Xi Jinping, that's been increasing. And that's the reason why I think in China, the growth story also has petered out.
So what's the prescription? You know, as I said, neither of us are politicians. And when you speak to politicians, they want to win elections. How do you get out of the trap? The Prime Minister talks a lot about it, that, you know, I don't want to worry. I'm not worried about the cycle of election. And he has taken over the years some bold decisions at times, which to his credit, but at the same time tends to succumb at election time, some would say, to populism. The price of petrol, for example, is not determined often by global prices anymore, but whether there's an election round the corner. So given that, how does India or any Indian politician who wants to win an election break out of this cycle?
It's very difficult to do so, but you have to get the balance correct. At the end of the day, you have that much money available. How much do you spend on building a better road, right? How much do you spend on giving people better services rather than just throwing money at people? It's about getting the balance correct. Broadly, in the last 5 years, I would say this government has got the balance correct in terms of the spend. If you look at subsidies as a share of the economy and all, it's generally been restrained. It's not gone out of control. But as I said, that the Indian electorate demands many things. So my fear is that if they end up underperforming in this election, let's say, then even if they come back to power, how will they interpret that verdict? Will they interpret that verdict? Therefore, this election becomes so interesting, like in some ways, right? If the BJP comes back to power with 300 seats or more, I think then life is normal for the markets and for economic policy. It's more of the same in terms of what you do. If there's a scenario where the BJP by any chance drops below the majority mark of 272, but even if it comes back with 240, 250, enough to form a government, how does it interpret that verdict? Does it interpret the verdict that we did not do enough for welfare, we focused too much on that? Or could it be just something as simple, which is that, yes, they did reasonable, but when you created so much hype and expectations that people said, yeah, they've done it, but maybe not as much as they're saying they've done it. So I think that...
Is that one of the dangers, though, Ruchir, going ahead, this rising expectations?
Yeah.
You see, the middle class is increasingly aspirational. Every Indian wants a better life for his or her child than he or she had. And no government can fulfill that often in a finite amount of time. Is that going to be a challenge in India and indeed across the world, but particularly in a country like India?
Yeah,
the Prime Minister talks of Viksit Bharat, great dream, but at the end of the day, the reality is that a woman has to walk 5 kilometers for a pail of water.
Yeah, but this is a global phenomenon again, because I think that Mr. Modi may have bucked this, but across the world today, the approval ratings of leaders is at a record low across the world in terms of that. So there's a lot of negativity also now being spread, I think, through social media. That one of the reasons anti-incumbency across the world has picked up is that there's so much negativity now which is spread through social media, which is that anybody does anything, they get taken down instantly on that. I mean, what else explains the fact, even in America's case also, I think the problems are deeper, that you have social media, but you also have problems of inequality, which is there, that I may be doing okay. So in India, all these debates take place that the poor person, their poverty level in terms of in India has dropped and the poor the better. But when you see the other person doing that much better, you have those images beaming to you. That also creates a sort of frustration, which is the fact that, yeah, but I may be doing okay, but look at the other person in terms of what's that person doing.
But we had Fareed Zakaria earlier on this pop-up, and he seemed to suggest that across the world, cultural politics was becoming more and more important. People were identifying themselves, their core identity, even as a white American, today looking at the other. That othering seems to be taking place in India as well. In India, in the context of possibly Hindu versus Muslim. Do you see more of that happening? And is that worrying? That in a country with the third largest or fourth largest Muslim population in the world, that is one of the risks that India has. The fear that these divisions could widen in the years ahead.
I know that's a fear, but luckily, I'll say one of the encouraging things of traveling in India, and you have done it too, is that way I feel India's social fabric is much stronger. I don't see that tension at a village level. I still see one of coexistence. At a village level, as you know, that, there'll be a separate Dalit basti, there'll be a separate basti, a separate concentration of Muslim people somewhere. I still see a lot of, maybe I'm an optimist and maybe that's the thing, I still see a lot of peaceful coexistence. I think this vitriol is much more an urban middle class phenomenon.
You're saying something important. You're telling me this communal poison that enters our society is much more urban middle class.
Yes.
Outside these urban middle class pockets, out there in rural India, there is far greater a sense of coexistence.
Yes. And I've seen very little change in that in the last 25 years of my travel.
If I were therefore to ask you as we come towards the end, the top 3 risks for India going ahead in the next 5 years, we won't even go 10.
Right.
The 3 things that India should be concerned about, what are those top 3 risks?
Right. I think that the biggest risk as far as India is concerned, firstly, you have the election. That if, let's say, the BJP ends up underperforming the market's expectations, in terms of how will that verdict be interpreted? The big risk will be if it is interpreted that you need to do much more welfare, much more of that, and that having a development-oriented strategy doesn't really cut it. I think the balance shifts on that. That is a true risk as far as India is concerned. I think the second risk for India also happens from a global perspective is the thing with China. It's a very tricky situation with China just now in terms of what we are going through. And one thing we have to be very careful about is, like how do you keep as many friends as possible? Sometimes I feel we almost get too aggressive, like in the neighborhood and stuff. How do you keep, because every single successful economic model in the world has relied on a lot of trade with your neighbors. That's really been something which is, like essential out there. And then in terms of, so I really see these two. I mean, I know you asked for three, but I see these two as big. But for me, the biggest challenge is that come June 4th, how will that election result be interpreted if by any chance the BJP does underperform the very strong consensus today? You're saying this is an interesting election, but if you just look at the market behavior or everywhere, they are behaving as if this election's over. That, it's like, let's move on, let's wait till what the next budget's going to be. So I think that's really what, and then that'll be another risk if you ask me, if you say a third one. Let's say the BJP does much better than expected. Let's say they get, 330 or whatever. Then the risk is that the expectations of the first budget of the new government will be very high. They will then, the market will be really like primed for the fact, you got 330 seats, show us in terms of all that you can do with that incredible verdict.
It's interesting you're saying that because you beat Congress leaders and they say, no, the markets have boomed when we've been in power as well. Why are you forgetting the years we had, especially between 2004 and 2008? It was only the global financial crisis that sent the economy into a bit of a tailspin.
Yeah, but the global economic boom is what took them on the upside,
Sure. So, politicians tend to cherry pick.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that, do you believe there is a broad consensus, and you see it across state governments as well, that actually the future of India may not necessarily lie in who's in power in Delhi, but the kind of state governments that we have, because many of these states are the size of the United States, like in Uttar Pradesh, that the real strength of India or the weakness of India will lie in how these states grow and handle the economy in the next 5 to 10 years.
Very true. In fact, Mr. Modi used to say that a lot when he was in Gujarat, which I think is a script that, like in terms of, I'm not sure he believes in anymore, that competitive federalism could be India's real strength. I've not heard that term, but you brought it up now. And I think that is something which would make me optimistic in India, that you have a lot of state governments competing with each other. So therefore, they now show up as delegations in Davos and New York, as state delegations. I think that this competitive federalism in India, how we can do more to promote that, I think would be the biggest boost to India's growth story.
In a sense, therefore, the biggest risks are, some states lagging way behind the others, presumably. That is going to be, it's not just income inequalities, but you travel to a Karnataka, Telangana, and then you travel to a UP, Bihar, Jharkhand. It's like different worlds. At the
even Maharashtra, as I said, next door.
Even within Maharashtra, there are different worlds. We can go 100 kilometers away, and you'll go to Palghar and you'll find places falling off the map.
Yes, that's right. So I think this competitive federalism is something which I hope it re-enters the lexicon of Indian policy making. That could be the biggest strength for India.
But I think you've given us a useful, I hope what you're saying is looked at closely by governments, because all governments now swear by capitalism and claim to have an economic consensus around it, and then go and practice socialist practices in the way they implement their policies at times.
That's, as I said, that capitalism should be pro-competition, should be pro-churn. It should not be pro-business or pro-incumbent.
Okay, let's conclude by celebrating India. You have been traveling across this wonderful country from the East Coast to the West. I've spent 7 weeks traveling across this magical country. What's the best thing, Ruchir, of being Indian, of traveling through India? What is it that depresses you the most? And what is it that reinforces your belief that India is the country to be in the future?
Undoubtedly, the warmth and hospitality, right? You can drive into a village in terms of it, and the way people are welcoming. Anybody will give you a cup of chai anywhere. They will talk to you. And this is such a difference, which is that I can do this election trip in India, but let's say like in a Brazil or South Africa, I would never, ever be able to do this because it would be a security hazard. People would sort of mark you down. In India, you can travel with feeling totally safe and warm and welcome as you get into people's homes. I think that is the thing. the depressing state can be also the fact that how sometimes things don't change. That you go to Maharashtra today, and in all these other parts of Maharashtra that we went to, it seems as if you're still, stuck 20 years ago or something. There's been very little change that's happened. And even at a bit of a superficial level, one thing which is fun, which I've noted in 25 years of travel, the average time it takes you to go from point A to point B, which is, home to home in 2 cities, is unchanged for 25 years. It's still 50 kilometers an hour average speed, which is that you can drive through the expressway at some crazy speed, and the moment you enter any urban sprawl, there's so much development that's happened that by the time you get, the entire expressway time gain is lost. So the time taken it from city A to city B in India in 25 years, I'd go more than that. Even since a kid, when we used to travel, to our grandparents' home when we were based in Delhi or Bombay, it is unchanged.
But basically, it's faster to get from Noida to Agra. The problem is once you enter Agra. Same thing from Mumbai to Pune.
Yeah.
Fast to get to Pune. Problem is once you enter Pune.
Yeah, this great expressway they've built in Jaipur and stuff. The moment you enter Gurgaon, from there to get to central Delhi, good luck. Right? So that's...
Okay, we're going to end tonight because elections on my plate. We've got elections in a couple of weeks. I just wanted to know what's the best meal on your travels that you've had across India. Then I'll tell you mine.
By far, my favorite cuisine in India is Chettinad cuisine.
Terrific cuisine.
Which is, I've been very fortunate that, we used to have somebody in Madurai, like a very leading industrialist there. Unfortunately, he recently passed away. But I would try and engineer our election trips to somehow get to Madurai so we could taste Chettinad cuisine. So I think that's my favorite cuisine in India.
I had a crab omelette in Madurai, 200 meters away from Meenakshi Puram temple. And that's the genius of this country, where you will be fully veg when you're in the precincts of the Meenakshi Puram. 200 meters away you go, and you can have a crab omelette. But yes, Chettinad food is great. I had a terrific meal in Coimbatore. So when you go to Coimbatore, you've got to try the food there. And please have the tomato chaat.
I've done that.
And the palak chaat
in Varanasi.
In Kashi Chaat Bhandar.
That I've done multiple times.
And next to him, he has a pan bhandar called Gama Pan Bhandar, which says, he claims that inspired Amitabh Bachchan to start Khaike Pan Banaras Wala. So and he's got a little poster of Amitabh Bachchan in the shop as well. And there was a longer line before Kashi Chaat Bhandar than there is before a Salman Khan film. And that can only happen in India. And that too through a chaotic street when the traffic was impossible.
There we go. That's why we love this country.
That's why we love this country. That's why there is no country like India. Through all the chaos, this is a country which hopefully will continue to enthrall us and excite us in the years ahead. And hopefully June 4th will prove to be as enthralling and exciting. But for giving us a sense of what lies ahead, how the markets could respond, Ruchir Sharma, for your book, which we look forward to reading, What's Wrong with Capitalism. By the way, he'll be signing books outside. Thanks very much, Ruchir, for joining me on the show. Thanks.
Thanks, Francis. Thank you.
Thank you, good sirs, for that scintillating session. Can I please request Ruchir to stay on stage and invite Raj Singh, Director of Marketing at Galgotias University, to express a token of our appreciation. Thank you for that session where we traveled all the way from Chettinad cuisine to crab omelets and Banaras's Pan Bhandar. An absolutely amazing conference. Like you said, this happens only in India, and these conversations and thought-provoking discussions only happen at the India Today Conclave pop-up, the election special. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you to our sponsors as well, presented by Galgotias University, powered by Radico Khaitan. A huge thank you for being an amazing audience, and we'll see you at dinner.